If I could do anything, anything at all, them all. I'm not scared that I would fall, but if I did, I'd be okay. 'Cause falling is the only time that I truly feel awake. Won't you come with me and we'll live like there's no tomorrow? Forget about all the pain. I've got no road to follow, just you and me for all our days. We'll fly to the horizon and always keep our eyes on the world that keeps moving as we're moving. As we're moving. If we could do anything, what do you think it'd be? The whole world at our fingertips, the open road beneath our feet. Maybe travel far and wide, or swim the ocean blue. Yeah, we could ship out on the tide and sail across the moon. What came before us is all in the past. Nothing is forever, but we can make this last. Live like there's no tomorrow. Forget about all the pain. I've got no road to follow, just you and me for all our days. We'll fly to the horizon and always keep our eyes on the world that keeps moving as we're moving. As we're moving. And one day we might feel the pull to explore the world again. So appreciate the stillness of our temporary end, with a view of what's before us. We find ourselves back at that tree. I think I'll build a little house. Would you live in it with me?
Nebraska Avenue, you set the pace and I abide. We're getting nowhere very soon. The same fire hydrant, the same patch of grass, the same barking migrants distract you as we pass. All the words I say to you slip away like red balloons. world that's taunting you. I got a few gates on the stoop, a GPS collar to boot. Don't follow your pulse, don't chase that ball. Won't put a poster of your face on the laundromat wall. Lorelei, all the words I say to you slip away like red balloons and get lost in the clouds. Lorelei, you know the sky is falling down, and you're the cover that I found, so don't you ever leave. As you're lounging on the bed, twitching your leg to a dream, I think of something I once read about a dog who lived to be 23. I researched his diet, his exercise plan. I want you to try it, but you think it's too bland. One day when you have to go, I'll walk Nebraska all alone, singing to you my sweet low, and taking pictures on my phone of your favorite dumpster and subway stairs. I can't wait to show you when I meet you up there. Lorelei, all the words I say to you slip away like red balloons and get lost in the clouds. Lorelei, you know the sky is falling down, and you're the cover that I found, so don't you ever leave. So don't you ever leave. So don't you ever leave.
All right, let's take this from the top. I used to stick out like a sore thumb, as I was the only one doing things just for fun. And now my journey's begun. I found friends who held me down through hard times, and when I frown, I'm so glad to be done here, 'cause I'm going places. I'm going places. I'm going places after this. going places, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I used to stick out like a sore thumb. I still do sometimes, but that's okay, 'cause that is what makes me unique. And I like it. Peace. Yo, that was a good take. Let's do it again.
When I think about what it means to be a woman, I think earlier in my life I would have identified it by roles that I filled or that I saw the women around me filling. But as I was growing up, I had this sense just in my depth of my identity that I was becoming a woman, and I couldn't explain it. I can't define it.
Came to the world, to the wild, no place for a child. Use my voice to hide with the ghouls of night in the dying light. I had to learn to get what I need in the dark. Empty instincts all guiding me like a beast to some blood, and I can't get enough. I'm losing control, my body, my soul are slowly fading away, but I'm ready now to feel the power of change. I'm my mother's child, I'm my father's son. It took me a while, but my time has come to be born again. To be born again.
I have felt silenced when I have attempted to advocate for other women and attempted to stand up against victim blaming, only to have people laugh off or scoff at or minimize the pain of both my experiences and the experiences of other women. How can I lift others up? By being present when they share and being willing to sit with them in whatever experiences that they're having. By believing them, it is clear that anything that comes out of my mouth will not be heard as I intend it to be heard, because I have already been objectified.
Running scared in between what I hate and what I need. Savior and enemy are both trying to take my soul, and I can't hide no more. Stumble out into the light, raise my fists up to fight. Then I catch your eyes so full of love. Lord, what have I done? I cry at your feet, wounded for me and all of the monsters in me. But here in your light, we can begin again. I'm my mother's child.
I have been lifted up by my sisters. They've all done different things with their lives and taken different paths and cultivated different gifts and talents. But each one of them I have learned from, both in how they have offered me examples of how to work through failure and mistakes, as well as how to be victorious and strong. And as I have made my mistakes and fallen again and again, and as I have had moments of victory, they have been there to support me and lift me. And I so appreciate how they have lifted me in my life.
Lord, to me, you're mine, but my time has come to be born again.
I can lift others up by raising strong boys and girls. I hope to have children someday, and my husband and I want to work together to empower our girls and our sons to look at people with equity and love, and to contribute to their community and not see limitations based on sex, gender, sexuality, race, ethnicity, age. We want to lift our children so that they can lift others and themselves to be contributing members of the community and to make the world a better place.
I'm the liner where I was before. I'm an afterthought at the end of your but I wanna take up space. I wanna sing in the rain. I wanna tap dance on the grave of that storm rolling in, raging in your mind, and then disappearing again. I am a gentle rain, a breeze drifting in, and then disappearing again. But I wanna take up space. I wanna sing in the rain. I wanna tap dance on the grave of that sad story I'm burying today.
Good morning, and welcome to the second online graduate colloquium for the Department of Creative Arts Therapies. I'm Dr. Sherry Goodell, and am honored to serve as the chairperson of the department. And first need to recognize the power and beauty of our pre-show. Thank you to all of the artists who have contributed to this pre-show that lifted us up and got the day going in a beautiful way, and to all of the artists who have contributed creative works for our colloquium. I am honored also that the creative and hardworking team who have organized this two-day program have entrusted me with getting things underway. There are many thank yous to be expressed throughout the broadcast, and from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you to all of those department and college professional staff members and faculty who have poured themselves into the preparations for this program. You are awesome, and I am so lucky to be able to work every day with each of you. Names are at the back of the program. It is with great pride that I now congratulate each and every one of our outgoing graduate students. It is a time for reflection and a time for taking flight. This is a liminal moment. As you cross the threshold into your new professional identities and roles, we are by your side, and we will be going forward as well. Please stay connected and networked as an alum through the Drexel Alumni Office and through our LinkedIn group. And please reach out in the future when we may be able to support you in the next steps of your career. You have every reason to be proud. You completed your graduate degree in the throes of a global pandemic that changed our lives and our work in ways we could not imagine. It is no small feat to have simply stayed the course, and yet you have done so much more than that. You have turned challenge into triumph. The projects that you are presenting today and tomorrow manifest your creativity, your growth, your resilience, and all of the gifts that you will be bringing to creative arts therapy and counseling disciplines. To our audience of family members, loved ones, and friends, thank you for supporting these new practitioners and researchers through the stressors and achievements of the program, and thank you for being here today. The projects you'll learn about are certainly not the totality of each person's work in their respective program. Far from it. However, they represent the author's passions, scholarly curiosity, and perhaps a glimpse of how each person will carve their niche and make their impact in the field. The range of topics is as broad as the scope of practice in our disciplines, or perhaps even pushing the envelope and expanding that scope. The types of projects, from literature review to artistic creation to grant proposals and more, represent the many ways that scholarship can take shape in and across the counseling and creative arts therapy disciplines. Following my remarks, you will be hearing from Dr. Natalie Carlton, who will give some orientation to the technical and logistic aspects of the colloquium today and tomorrow. And following that, you will have a recorded message from the College of Nursing and Health Professions Dean, Dr. Laura Gitlin. Dean Gitlin directly addresses critical changes and needs in the society, in our college, and in our shared work towards health equity. She calls us in as agents of change and bearers of hope. Please have a listen. Following that, we will launch into our first module. Enjoy.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Natalie Carlton, and Janika Griffin will be joining me momentarily. We wanted to orient you to the space. Digital space is not an easy space to orient to, nor to be embodied within, but I believe we have achieved that, and we are going to have an amazing day of presentations. Day 1 of 2021 Colloquia, and please join us again for Day 2 tomorrow, 9:30 to 3. One thing that I want to clarify, we had some last minute changes last week regarding our stream. Essentially, we are all in a Zoom stream together. This is being recorded, and it is interactive with panelists and also the chat function. For those of you attending, please send questions, comments, compliments, of course, which I see a lot of those this morning. Thank you, everybody. But send them via the chat, and my colleague Scott Horowitz and I will be collecting questions and comments, insights regarding each presentation, and be sharing that for each module. We'll have a Q&A at the end of the time of the presentations. So today there will be a Module 1, Module 2, Module 3, Module 4. And essentially when the presentations have all run, there will be a 15-minute Q&A with the students, with the presenters from that module. So in essence, we want you to share your questions, comments, and insights, compliments. Scott and I will collate them and then feed them to our colleagues, Dawn Morningstar and Michelle Radigan, who are moderating the Q&As with the students. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for being with us. We can't tell you how excited we are to see these students finish in this way, finish with quality, some very impressive digital media skills and abilities to really bring their topics to life as individuals and also together in their groupings. Janika, would you like to join me in the Zoom room here?
I would. Thanks, Natalie, for
All right.
in.
I'm going to pass to Janika Griffin, and she will speak for herself. Take it from here, Janika.
Thanks, Natalie. Hi, everyone. I'm Janika Griffin, a graduating dance movement therapy and counseling student. And I'll get us started with a short warm-up to the day through movement. And I invite you all to join me. We've experienced this whole year through our little boxes here on the Zoom or our TVs, somewhere in virtual space, we have been there. And I, know that our world has been constantly framed here in this space. And what do you think about that? So I wanted to invite you all to move with me around the idea of being framed and the idea around how are we navigating being framed in our little spaces here on the virtual world, and ways we can expand out of that box. And so I invite you to give me your best impression of being in portrait this entire year. And I know that I may not be able to see you, but I will visually see you in my mind's eye. And so, for example, if given the word eye, maybe framing your eye, here, bringing it close to the camera, reflects the way you have perceived this year. For me, it's been highs and lows. Up and down for me, going through the program, preparing for life afterwards. I'm hoping that you're sharing your moves through the camera as well. And even just playing with extending your hands towards it, giving life to those who you see or may not be seeing here on the virtual space, but we're sharing a collective experience here. To all my peers, I send you well wishes, hope, love, amazing time in the world. And so also, as we think about our frame, we have our space beyond us, right? So what ways can we expand into this space while staying in connection with one another? Isolation has been a big thing, right, during this whole process. I'm going to stand up, but for folks who still are sitting, feel free to just continue to play with the screen and play with ways we can connect without really connecting, right? Perhaps we're connecting on a psychic level through the virtual space, right? So again, I invite you to explore your space with me with the challenge of extending your hands to the screen, extending yourself to the screen. Playing with the lines of the screen. Can you stay within your box? Do you have an urge to break out and go beyond the frame we're in? The screen has been our audience. The screen has been our way to connect. We have been experiencing so many different ways creative people have been creative on the screen. Lots of TikTok videos have gotten me through this year. And so I'm just moving and hoping everyone else is moving with me. Framing our space. We'll be here all day. And I encourage you, as you're listening and watching it, if you feel moved, to move when you hear any of the presenters today and their work. Frame your space. Send energy through the camera. I'm sure they'll feel it. They'll feel your love. We want your love. We want your excitement for us, your hope. Your appreciation, your eyes, your smile. And so I want to welcome everyone again to our colloquium, and I know you will enjoy. Thank you, everybody.
Hello and welcome, students, faculty, staff, families, friends, and significant others. Thank you, Dr. Goodall and faculty and professional staff of Creative Arts Therapies for inviting me to say a few words. While I have had to pre-record my remarks, I am pleased to know that you are all able to meet virtually to celebrate this important occasion. Graduation is an important accomplishment, and we are honored to honor all of our 50 graduates, including one doctor. I think you will agree that it has been and continues to be an extraordinary time to graduate. You are graduating in one of the most unprecedented and important historical moments of our lives. Many are referring to this as a watershed moment, an inflection point in our country, and I would agree. We are emerging from a worldwide pandemic, which has revealed in our country long-standing and deeply rooted health disparities, with, for example, Black and African Americans being disproportionately affected by and dying from COVID-19 than whites and other groups, and at every age. We are also witness to and directly affected by racial injustices in every sector of our society. But to me, local, national, and global peaceful protests, along with the critical discussions we are having in the classroom, in CNHP at large, and elsewhere, yield hope and optimism that we will move forward with actionable steps that will bring about changes to the structural, cultural, and systemic racism affecting all of us, but most importantly, many of the people who will be your clients and patients, and specifically people who are Black, African American, Brown, or marginalized groups, including but not limited to the LGBTQ+ communities. This is a time for celebration, and it's also a time for reflection and action, leading to transformation in every sector, and especially in our domain, that is health. I hope you can see that your knowledge and skills and ability to heal and support individuals are critical and more important now than ever before. Our country needs you and awaits your leadership, your understanding of science, and your use of the best evidence to help individuals and communities heal with quality of life. I know this has been a challenging time for you and your families, yet I am inspired by your resilience, perseverance, assertiveness, and your willingness to take risks. The flexibility, patience, resolve, and sense of purpose you have all demonstrated, and particularly in these last 15 months, are important attributes that will take you far in your careers as you work with your patients and clients and help them achieve their best physical and mental health functioning. The topics you have covered in your final projects, such as racism, caregiver burnout, childhood trauma, ageism, LGBTQ plus health issues, mental health literacy, and community-based therapy, along with other critical societal challenges, serve as confirmation that you understand the importance and relevance of your work on a larger societal scale. Finally, I would like to say that you all made it through a very rigorous program, guided by the best and most highly skilled faculty and professional staff, and during one of the most challenging historic times. So I am totally confident you are ready to lead and change our healthcare world. We celebrate you and each of your career journeys. My heartfelt congratulations.
My name is Dr. Christina Devereaux, the Director of the Dance Movement Therapy and Counseling Program, and it is my privilege to welcome you to Module Number 1 entitled Living Through COVID-19. You will soon view and listen to 9 Creative Arts Therapy student presentations based on their graduate culminating projects. You're viewing this 2021 CAT Colloquium content being broadcast live on a private YouTube channel. You can listen and view these presentations in their pre-recorded sequences, and you may wish to add comments or questions in the chat box function. To answer any questions or comments ahead of the small group discussion ending each module, you must log in to a YouTube via Google or Facebook account. There are live Q&A sessions with all presenting students and 2 moderators at the end of each module throughout our program. We start the colloquium with presentations that reflect the current moment, living through COVID-19. These student presenters, while engaging in graduate training to become helpers and healers through the creative arts, simultaneously experience one of the most influential public health crises of our time. You will hear personal accounts on COVID-19's influence on identity, education, clinical adaptations, and resilience. These presentations spotlight the escalation of racism towards Asian American Pacific Islanders and the health vulnerabilities and isolation of older adults, the fatigue and stress of healthcare workers, and the loss and re-examination of what was known of our rituals, connections, and ways of learning and being. These projects reflect the now of what we are facing, a public health crisis that affected the entire world. And its aftermath is yet known. These students address the necessary and unique role that art, dance, movement, music, ritual, and sensory engagement plays in connection and reconnection, examination and re-examination, claiming and reclaiming, discovery and rediscovery, and living through COVID-19. So enjoy Module 1.
How do we react to shared traumatic experiences? Is there a collective reaction? A collection of individual reactions? I have heard people ask, where were you on 9/11? I've asked my mom, Where were you on the day Bangladesh won independence? Years from now, we might ask each other, where were you when COVID started? How did your life change? All of those small moments that felt monotonous, the same, routine, suddenly shifted. Suddenly we missed, valued, longed for. The drive to work in the morning, a time to collect, ruminate, reflect, a time to catch up on local news, speak to a friend, listen to music, a shared routine of commuting, but representing distinct rituals for each person based on what the commute means. Suddenly, everyday activities posed great risk. Making and eating together, sharing recipes, throwing parties, one of our most tried and true ways of creating community, no longer an option. What happens when we lose these rituals? The ones that bind us together, that speak to who we are? Why did it take them being taken away from us to recognize their value? What would it be like to know their importance as we did them? If we paid attention, would we find routines in our lives now that are more like rituals, that carry a deeper meaning, are driven by intention, connection to something larger? What stories do your rituals tell about you? When we lose stability, whether from a simple loss of routine or a traumatic event that has lasting impact on the way our bodies and brains regulate themselves, how can we create opportunities to care for ourselves, to soothe, to find regulation? Psychologist and trauma researcher Bruce Perry developed an approach for treatment of trauma called the neurosequential model of therapeutics. When a person has a stroke and loses their speech, it is common to use physical exercise to help recover that speech. In a similar vein, Perry advocates for the use of somatosensory activity to help our most basic body systems relearn to regulate themselves. Over time, we have learned that these activities have 5 universal qualities that are particularly important. They are called the 5 R's. First, an activity should be relational, in that it is safe and nurturing for those participating. Second, activities should be relevant, so that they are age appropriate and matched to developmental needs. Third, repetitive. Activities should follow a pattern and have some degree of predictability. Fourth, the activity should be rewarding. Of course, the activity should elicit some degree of pleasure. The fifth and perhaps most important R is rhythmic. Actions such as knitting or kneading dough are considered rhythmic activity. From maternal heartbeat in utero to rocking as a child, rhythmic somatosensory activity is strongly connected to regulation and feelings of safety. Given this link, the degree to which many of us felt the loss of our rituals makes sense. Amazingly, many of the rituals in our lives, both the long-established ones and the new ones created over the last year, naturally have the qualities of the 5 R's. But it takes being mindful to realize the value of some of the most mundane parts of our days as meaningful rituals. In working with clients this past year, it was amazing to me to witness how much we all do to care for ourselves, to offer ourselves routine rituals that provide comfort, safety, and regulation, but are missing the awareness of their significance. Helping individuals to reflect on the elements of typical life that they missed and notice the ways that they are naturally creating those moments for themselves has had an impact in lessening anxiety and appreciating the beauty and bounty of their own human existence. In the absence of some of your established food rituals, how did you adapt your cooking? Do the dishes you've leaned on in the past year hold some meaning, some special quality? Do you find yourself taking a walk as a time for reflection and noticing new environments? Do you lean on prayer, a time to reflect on your day? Perhaps you water your plants, taking the time to nurture the magic of growth. Do you relish in the process of preparing tea as a small gift to yourself? Maybe you burn wood that invites a new scent to signal the end of one part of your day and the beginning of another. Perhaps you've developed protest rituals, taking to the streets when devastation happens and feeling the significance of marching among others who also care. What would it be like to open your awareness to these rituals, to pay attention? These rituals that we all have created for ourselves, the one that tell us stories about our lives and our people. Rituals that store memories, that share alternative narratives, that represent symbols. What would it be like to share these rituals with one another, now and in the future? In my researching about rituals, a quote stayed with me throughout this process. Art therapist Dorothy Warner writes, "How can we give people rituals that will carry them through crises, rituals that will enable each individual, however high their excitement, to reach out to the feelings of others who have experienced the same thing, and to their own previous experiences, and to reach out in a way that gives depth and meaning to the present?" Rituals, and the artistic documentation of these rituals, offers a way to process and express so that we can preserve and share these stories and moments of our humanity. If 10 years from now someone asks, "What did you do in the time of COVID-19?" what would you say? Which of your rituals did you adapt? Lean on? Create? How will you remember them?
At the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, I distinctly remember sitting in class explaining this exact piece of artwork to my peers. I had created this mask using my own face as a mold and created imagery to show the inner turmoil that surrounded my Asian American identity and how I had defined it. Even before we had went into a national lockdown, there had been an increase in anti-Asian sentiment because of the virus's origin in China. A whole year later, we have seen over a 200% increase of reported hate crimes directed against Asian Americans. Little did I know that a virus would be the catalyst to a deep dive into defining my lifelong experiences. Before this project, I had only begun to really dig into how I defined and described my social and cultural locations. Before this project, I did not feel American enough or Asian enough. I simply existed in a state of confusion. This project, alongside the effects of COVID-19 related xenophobia, may have reopened sore wounds, but my resilience has supported me through the process of reframing and reclaiming my identity as an Asian American. My name is Tiffany Siu Moi Tong. I use she, her pronouns, and this is my presentation.
Embodied Reflections of Disembodied Education During COVID-19, a culminating project by Carrie Lynn Kirker. I'd like to take a few moments to recognize those who have provided support during the duration of this project. My project advisor, my culminating project team members, my individual and group supervisor, as well as my friends and colleagues in my DMT cohort. And of course, I would like to acknowledge the individuals within the global DMT-DMP community that have participated in and supported this project idea. My original curiosity lied in designing a research study that looked into the therapeutic benefits of dance improvisation, investigating the role of creativity in overall wellness and healing. This was inspired by my own use of dance improvisation as a personal outlet for growth and transformation. While this curiosity into the active factors of creativity within dance movement therapy continued to stir in me, COVID-19 took hold of the United States. I was beginning to feel a sense of frustration with the online platform. I was becoming burnt out and saddened by the loss of my educational experience of dance movement therapy. I began to wonder if I was alone in feeling like this. At the time, I was working towards a Fulbright application abroad, which inspired my desire to work with the international community and create a space in which I could connect with students from all over the globe. The gathering was offered on May 8, 2021, as a space for creative processing through movement. This project was inspired by arts-based research methods and sought to join voices of dance movement therapy, dance movement psychotherapy students across the world whose education shifted to online or virtual learning during the global COVID-19 pandemic. The structure followed a brief introduction, a facilitated movement warm-up, a breakout room for creative movement, and then an opportunity to share with a larger group as one communal, informal performance. The most significant discovery I found during this project was my own bias against online learning for dance movement therapy education. However, there were elements to the online format which have been inspiring. For example, this entire project may not have been able to happen if we were in an in-person situation. We are able to connect with others in ways we never have before. I also learned that my personal execution of creativity is key to my development as an individual and DMT practitioner. Staying in touch with my dancer identity is important as I pursue this career in DMT. Additionally, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the global DMT-DMP student community. So what's next? Due to the positive feedback from participants of the Global Student Day, there are plans to offer more student-led, student-attended creative reflections in the future. My hopes are to continue to work within the international DMT-DMP community, seeking opportunities to build bridges across countries. I believe that further research should be conducted into the learning of DMT concepts virtually. And lastly, I hope to be a part of and offer communal art-making opportunities within the professional community as I begin my career as a dance movement therapist and counselor. The following were prompts for the creative collaboration portion that took place in the breakout groups. Has this past year revealed new truths for you in your work as a DMT-DMP practitioner? Are there elements within DMT-DMP that seem more vital to your work today? I was interested in reflecting creatively upon these questions as a community of soon-to-be professionals in the creative arts. Here is the informal performance of the creative reflections by students from the global community. I entitled this film, In the Midst of It All. Enjoy. thank you for joining me for the presentation of my master's culminating project. Be well.
My name is Sarah Burgess, and this is my culminating project presentation, Art Making and Resilience. Early in the pandemic, I found that making things such as artwork, meals, sports, and a garden was highly beneficial to me and my family. The process of making and doing, which is often haptic, rhythmic, repetitive, and just the right amount of challenging, offered an embodied healing experience. My culminating project began with this question: how does engagement with materials help build and exercise my own resilience? Resilience, the topic of countless newspaper articles, school and work email blasts, webinars, wellness seminars, and newsletters since last March, is at times misunderstood. Through the many definitions of resiliency, the areas of overlap emphasize that resiliency is a dynamic learned skill, which may include humor, resourcefulness, compassion, acceptance, gratitude, and self-awareness, and not a shield against anxiety, pain, grief, or sadness. Seen in both individuals and in communities, and it may wax and wane over time and in different circumstances. Other words and states of being that can be used alongside concepts of resiliency are flow state, well-being, self-regulation, emotional regulation, and adaptive response. I mined the fields of psychology, creativity, art therapy, neuroscience, dance movement therapy, occupational therapy, craft and design, art education, and social work. Distilling this research into a cohesive structure has challenged me. I've tried to hold and honor the different priorities of these fields while weaving together the implications of this research for art therapy and my culminating project. Neurophysiologist Damasio affirms that emotions are evoked by proprioceptive and interoceptive biofeedback, and this somatic input contributes to our feelings, conscious feelings. In contrast, art therapy literature is heavily dominated by the visual sense, and at times at a detriment to the other senses, and overlooks how together the senses form the experience of art therapy. The field does acknowledge kinesthetic, haptic, and proprioceptive senses within the central framework of the expressive therapies continuum. However, these non-visual senses are often relegated to the kinesthetic sensory level, which is located on the lowest level of the ETC, indicating again a hierarchy that prefers sight over the other senses. I undertook 4 creative explorations. As I engaged with the material, I attuned to my haptic, auditory, and proprioceptive sensations in addition to the visual inputs. I videotaped my experiences, providing a think aloud account, which concentrated on the emotions, sensations, and thought processes not captured in the video. I found myself noting when I was not relying on visual information and attempting to pick apart what felt like rapid sensory experiences. This project, Weave, relied on the tactile, rhythmic, and physical process inherent to weaving. I used a prefabricated loom and chose to explore VCR tape as the weft. To contrast the slick, dark material quality of the VCR tape, I warped the loom with light, nubbly yarn. I noticed expansive body movements, rhythm captured in movement, sounds, and the artifact. There was an almost equal focus on my right and left sides of my body. Roll elaborated on the movement of rubbing hands together to create warmth. At first, a pencil was rolled between the palms, its graphite tip skimming and skipping over the paper. I also used a carpenter's pencil, a marker, and a brush with tempera paint. Rolling the tools created heat, as well as rhythm in movement and sound. As I had minimal control over the product, my anxiety over a perfect outcome was diminished. I twisted 2 or more strands of yarn together until there was so much tension that the strands began to wind up upon themselves. Pulled straight and then folded in half, released and watched the strands wind up on each other in a burst of motion. The element of surprise produced awe, a something from nothing feeling. My body created the tension for the strands and in turn became a holder of the tension and of release. I also noticed that tension led to structure. which led to strength. And when tension was released, there was flexibility alongside strength. Crumple began with a blank sheet of paper being crumpled, then rolled between hands, formed into a snake and a ball, thumbs pressed into the middle, working like a pinch pot. At first, the paper was sharp, then grew softer as the pressure of my hands and their heat changed the paper into a more flexible matter. A crayon was rubbed across the surface to bring attention to the creases made by the process. As I crumpled the paper, I pulled my arms close to my chest as I curled inwards. And then, as I uncrumpled the paper, my body began to unfold, expanding with the paper. This overlap of experience between my body and the body of the material points to the possibility of enacting transformation with materials and experiencing this transformation in our felt sense. Art therapists may wish to consider methods and materials to incorporate large body movements, heat, sound, and rhythm in order to provide space for self-regulation and embodied cognition. To provide attuned interventions, art therapists should be well versed in materials and techniques beyond painting and drawing. The development of more expansive material use assessment may be warranted to further the field's clinical use of a variety of media, and most importantly, to develop a consistent vocabulary around media, materials, methods, and the specific nature of lived experiential understanding. A shift in focus on creative activities, which include three-dimensional media, may be more inclusive and less reliant on culturally dominant interpretations of imagery and creative experiences. Ceramicist, designer, and researcher Groff posits that making may be seen as a way of negotiating meaning through interaction between the embodied mind and the material environment. Thus, it may affect intrapersonal growth. I would like to thank my family and friends for encouragement, love, and support. Thank you to my insightful classmates and my generous professors. And special thanks to my advisor, Dr. Natalie Carlton, for her perceptive feedback and long-range vision.
Hello, my name is Dana Schaefer. I am in the Art Therapy and Counseling program at Drexel University, and today I will be presenting on my cumulative project topic, Fostering Resiliency in Older Adults During the COVID-19 Pandemic, an Art Therapy Approach. Before I begin talking about my project, I want to give some background on Living Branches, which is my internship site where the project is taking place. Living Branches is a long-term care community for older adults in southeastern Pennsylvania. It is made up of 3 different campuses, Souderton Mennonite Homes, Dockwoods, and The Willows, and various levels of care, including residential living, personal care, which is apartment living with 24-hour nursing staff, and health care, which is skilled nursing, hospice, and memory care. The creative art therapies at Living Branches is based on a Montessori model, which places a strong emphasis on independence, freedom, and respect for a person's natural, psychological, physical, and social development. So it really strongly focuses on independence and making sure that individuals are allowed to make choices and contribute to their community. And then we also focus on a person-centered therapeutic approach, which includes validation, and a profound acceptance and an empathetic entering into someone else's reality to create a sense of safety, love, nurturance, and human connection. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there were various psychological ramifications that I became aware of as I began working with the residents. That included isolation, anxiety and depression, and decline. So with isolation, a lot of the residents experienced multiple quarantines. The longest one that I experienced with the residents was 6 weeks, in which they were confined to their rooms for 24 hours per day. And also normal activities, including visitation from family or friends, were canceled or altered, and that has been going on since March of 2020. So therefore, socialization is markedly diminished. This naturally leads to a lot of heightened anxiety and depression. And in some residents, this has also led to increased tearfulness, agoraphobia, not wanting to leave their rooms even if they were able, hallucinations, delusions, suicidal ideation, and in some cases, emotional breakdown. This also led to decline, especially in residents with dementia or other health problems. Through the isolation, the anxiety, the depression, the stress, a lot of residents showed signs of rapid decline as a result of the emotional toll of this pandemic. With the effects of the pandemic directly in mind, I wanted to create a community project that focused on various therapeutic goals, including collaboration, resilience and stability, reflection, emotional validation, and legacy and contribution. I decided on a large-scale collaborative artwork that I would create with residents at the Willows. Together, we would create a tree to represent growth, stability, legacy, and Living Branches community. So my original idea was to create a mixed media art piece with the residents. They would be asked to submit various things, including photographs, original artworks, poems, etc., as contributions to make up the leaves of a collaborative tree mural. And these submissions were meant to reflect on the challenges of the pandemic as well as moments of resiliency. So with this idea in place, the next steps involved a lot of project proposals. I had to speak to various executives at Living Branches, and I did that between December and February. So I presented on this project idea in various meetings. And with that, I had to explain the premise, but I also had to advocate for art therapy with this population, and especially at this specific moment in time. So almost immediately, I was faced with some challenges, mainly that residents were reluctant to submit to this project for a variety of reasons. First of all, it was a complicated premise, and it was not tailored to residents with memory loss or dementia symptoms. And it was also not a premise that the residents had been a part of creating, so there was confusion in what I was asking them to do. There was also a negative association to reflecting on an ongoing pandemic. We were in and out of quarantine, and it was a very emotionally trying time, so asking residents to reflect on this was challenging. There was also self-consciousness and self-doubt, which was a result of unfamiliarity with collaborative artistic projects or artistic projects in general. So that led to a reluctance to participate for fear of failure or fear of submitting something that would make the project ugly. So with that, I decided to change course a little bit. The first thing I did was bring the project out into the open. So I took the canvas, which was a 6 foot by 4 foot canvas, and I started drawing, outlining the tree in a common area. So a high traffic area, a lot of residents pass through on their way to activities or to meals. So I was very visible in what I was doing. And with that, I was able to spend time talking to the residents and the staff as they walked by so that I could increase the familiarity with the project, increase familiarity with me, the art therapist, if some of the residents had not had the opportunity to work with me yet. This was a way to get everybody on the same page. And then accessibility. So I decided to remove the mixed media aspect of the project, and I focused solely just on painting. And to make it more accessible, I drew the tree as a large scale paint by number, and I clearly labeled the sections. And this was a way to, again, bring in some familiarity. A lot of the residents are very familiar with paint by numbers. They know what it looks like. They know what they're supposed to do. And it's more accessible. They can look at it, they can see that a section needs the color green, and they can add green to that section. And another accommodation that I made was I brought the canvas and the supplies to each floor in different common areas or hallways. I knocked on residents' doors to let them know that I would be working outside. I invited them to come and watch if they wanted to watch, or to participate if they wanted to participate. And I did that so that the residents who were either reluctant to leave their rooms or for some reason were unable to venture far from their rooms, they could still participate or at least spend time watching me paint while socializing with me and with their neighbors. So this is still an ongoing project, but I'm showing you some progress images. We have the tree just outlined in pencil, and then as we work in sections, me and the residents, you can see that it's starting to fill in and take shape. As I am working on this project with the residents and meeting my original therapeutic goals, I am also making some observations to other aspects of the project that are therapeutic in nature. including excitement and enthusiasm among residents and staff as they work on the project and see progress being made. Socialization, serenity, there's calm in painting and calm in watching me paint. Reminiscence, the residents are talking with each other, sharing memories with me. And also there is an aspect of closure, as I am working on this project at the very end of my internship. So I really feel like I am leaving something behind for the residents, a memory of me and a memory of our time together. I want to thank everyone for listening today, and I'd also like to thank my various supervisors and advisors, as well as the residents and staff at the Willows of Living Branches. Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, my name is Morgan, and today I will be talking about my project, Combating Social Isolation Among Older Adults, Utilizing Art Therapy Through COVID-19. Thank you. During COVID-19, social isolation in populations of older adults has been exacerbated by some of the safety and health regulations that have been enforced to prevent the spread of the virus. Art therapy interventions have the potential to address and alleviate this sense of loneliness. It is important to note that prior to COVID-19, in 2017, the U.S. Surgeon General declared a loneliness epidemic, stressing the devastating mental and physical effects of loneliness and social isolation globally affecting older adults. A longitudinal study showed that higher levels of social isolation were related to poor health outcomes, including cardiovascular disease and overall increase of morbidity and mortality. Loneliness is associated with increased depressive symptoms, feelings of helplessness, increased risk of dementia, and can be the source of acute stress and chronic stress, negatively impacting the immune system. So feelings of loneliness are measured through anecdotal, subjective measures, but social isolation is a measurable, quantitative construct. So when we look at the social isolation index, it's measured in 4 parts: finances, living arrangements, community access, and personal barriers. This is a map that shows the senior isolation index across Pennsylvania counties. When we look here at Philadelphia County, it was the highest identified due to ranking highest in 6 indicators: poverty, personal vehicle access, disability, limited English, widowed or divorced, poor mental health, and highest in 2 additional indicators: housing cost burden and living alone. Transitioning into the structure of my project, I have to introduce the site where it all began. UUH Outreach is an organization that provides free, confidential services to adults ages 60 plus in Northwest Philadelphia. Over a year ago, I helped organize their first virtual form of social groups. I facilitated themed groups such as arts and healing, health and wellness, writing workshops, current events, and humor and games. These coincided with COVID-19 and social justice movements such as Black Lives Matter, Defund the Police, and national and international public efforts against racism, police brutality, and xenophobia. The goal of these groups were to encourage social connections and promote physical, mental, and emotional health. For my project, I conducted a 5-week program in which clients were given mixed media materials and prompted to create weekly art reflecting on this past year. These sessions were 60 minutes and all conducted over the phone. Participant 1 chose to write out some words that she felt were relevant to her experience. This was the first piece of artwork that she submitted, and she really highlighted some words that she had been feeling this past year. Every week, this participant chose to bring an image forward that she would talk about and why it resonated with her. She submitted collage work that touched on the difference between witnessing violence as a child and experiencing communal violence as an adult. Participant 2 used tape. As you can see, these clear sections over the wood panel. She wanted to tape down some of the areas of the wood that she thought were darker or lighter that she wanted to keep while she was painting. She talked a lot about how her Alzheimer's diagnosis really keeps her present, meaning that she has a hard time recalling this past year and really thinks in terms of the present here and now, that her Alzheimer's sugarcoats her memory of the past year. She mentioned that while she can recall certain feelings, it's hard for her to remember the entire year and some of the challenges that she had to face. Participant 3 really wanted to write down some of the words that came up. In her first line, she writes, "In the midst of darkness, there's a tunnel of light. What was meant to destroy made some stronger and some weak." She illustrated some people in the center that she talked about being family members, strangers, healthcare professionals, and other people in her life that have helped her through this. She spoke a lot about having to be someone that needed to reach out for support, but also being someone that was there to support others below her. And those bumps at the bottom of the image were to symbolize all the people that have passed during COVID-19. I wanted to point out some prevalent uses of art material looked at through the lens of expressive therapies continuum. Each participant deliberately used a cognitive process such as taping or writing words or writing a poem before creating. And another area that I want to mention is reflective distance. Sometimes we use cognition in art making to set aside some of the affective perceptual components of our art making and discussion. And this makes sense when we think about COVID-19. We're asked to recall this year that was very challenging in many different ways. The discussions are based around symbolism and metaphor and really finding meaning in suffering. So over the course of this program, I transcribed conversations that were shared between participants, identifying within the text salient features. And once initial labels were recorded, I then created a long list of themes and then refocused them by sorting the initial themes into relevant groups. The 5 big emerging themes that arose were social and community support, health, anxiety, and awareness, feelings of loneliness, grief and loss, and faith. I wanted to share some examples of each. Social and community support. This was a quote made in reference to the client's appreciation for these groups. Having something in your life that will drag you forward is important to take you to the next day and continue your life with hope. Health anxiety. The spotlight was on me to be healthy during this. I felt in ways it makes me think I'm ill. This pressure as an older adult to stay healthy has made me feel like a sick person. I've only seen the walls of my apartment and doctor's offices. I found joy in the ride to the doctors, but resented these appointments because I felt like I couldn't go anywhere else. Now I'm left to think about my apartment and my health. Feelings of isolation. Practicing social distancing became isolating. And grief and loss. It symbolizes all the people who are not here anymore, but are with us every day. Faith. Praying for a world of healing, and I do that in my faith. I wanted to challenge this perception of older adults as a homogeneous population. During COVID-19, there has been a spotlight on the vulnerabilities associated with older adult populations related to their physiological and immune health. We neglect this population when they are viewed in a singular lens. As social opportunities decrease during COVID-19, it is essential that we provide this population with supplemental treatment and resources. Art therapy and other creative arts therapies have the power to address and alleviate feelings of loneliness for this population.
Hi, CAT community. This is Claire Picard. I'm part of the Art Therapy and Counseling cohort, and I'm going to be speaking about working with adolescents, specifically thinking about the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic. Looking ahead, I'm going to be talking about some of the major themes of adolescent psychology, followed by some of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically how social distancing and quarantine has affected adolescents. Finally, we're going to tie this together and bring in some case examples to think about future directions for clinicians working with adolescents. Adolescence is rich in growth, both in reconstruction of the brain through transformations of thought, reasoning, and problem solving, but also in emotional development. 3 of the major themes in adolescent psychology are identity development, a quest for independence, and membership within peer groups. developmental psychologist Erik Erikson noted identity as one of the major psychosocial crises of adolescence. Erikson claimed that adolescents are tasked with navigating the concept of identity both as an individual and as part of a community, or else faced with role confusion, which can be an individual not being sure about themselves or their place in society. In this exploration of self, identity, and environment, adolescents often turn towards peers and media to begin to determine their personal beliefs, goals, values, and social role. Those who become confused by their expectations of self and expectations of society can develop a sense of distrust for adults and figures of authority in their lives. Considering the limitations that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused on adolescents' independence and opportunities for socialization, the effects have been pretty significant. Adolescents, along with their families, were placed in an unfamiliar situation, one that separated them from an access to freedom in their peer groups, and also, for some adolescents, a loss of access to critical social supports. Research collected from previous individuals' experiences in quarantine, as well as some more recent research from the beginning of the pandemic, tells us that exposure to quarantine and isolation can lead to a number of negative responses. However, unlike other distressing scenarios where individuals can gather and provide community, quarantine promotes isolation and separation. This striking statistic comes from a study that analyzed the effects of quarantine during a SARS outbreak. It found that being isolated through quarantine led to 30% of children and their parents meeting the criteria for PTSD. Taking into account the really significant implications of the pandemic on adolescent clients, and specifically some of my clients at my internship site, I wanted to look more into how these implications combined with adolescent psychology and how I could use that information to create a more tailored approach to working with these adolescents, whether that be in a virtual format or if you're able to, meeting in person. Telehealth emerged as a necessary tool for providers to support the needs of their clients through the pandemic. Allowing adolescent clients to join a session from the comfort of their home offered a real sense of autonomy over their space and control throughout the session. This was something that I noticed working with a few of my clients. For one, this meant leaving his video off until he was comfortable sharing his personal space with me. And for others, this meant giving me a room tour and showing me more of the artwork that they were interested in and some of the design qualities that they had put in place during the pandemic. Local art therapist Catherine Snyder talked about adolescents as digital natives, thinking about how this generation of adolescents is extremely proficient in working with technology, something that can really be used for a clinician's advantage in using a teletherapy format or bringing in alternative online platforms. As I began to pull in some literature on adolescent psychology into my work with adolescent clients, a few themes began to emerge. One was collaboration. I found that a collaborative model of treatment really encouraged more cooperation from adolescents that were experiencing resistance to working with an adult. Giving them a voice in their treatment was crucial, and it's even more so in a population that is beginning to develop their independence and identity. I also found that self-expression aligned really naturally with their psychological development. Expressing their concept of self alongside a neutral, person-centered therapist can encourage adolescents to observe themselves in an open and objective way. Clinicians can support this healthy self-expression through the use of reflective statements in an unconditional positive regard. And finally, I found that respect for autonomy was really critical in developing the therapeutic relationship with my clients. Validating and supporting them as they developed a sense of personal autonomy can be helpful in reducing mood swings and anxiety. And furthermore, allowing them to maintain control in the session can empower them to explore making more autonomous choices in a healthy manner. These themes of collaboration, self-expression, and respect for autonomy align well with a person-centered counseling approach. I found that coming from this orientation and maintaining an unconditional positive regard and genuine congruence really allowed for stronger connections and rapport with adolescent clients. A key element of this approach involves the therapeutic presence. Maintaining a genuine and empathetic relationship without presenting any judgment or anxiety supports the adolescent's client's ability to express themselves without limitation, really making space for them to deeply explore their developing identity and roles within their respective environments. I found this person-centered approach to align with the psychological development of my adolescent clients. And an image that really helped me understand this connection was psychologist Carl Rogers' 7 stages of change process. This process explores things like recognition of feeling, expression of feelings, and present moment experiencing, alongside things like personal constructs and perceptions of problems. A natural connection for these themes of working with adolescents is the incorporation of creative expression. This expression allows the adolescent clients to use their natural inclination of exploring creatively. This can be through symbols and graphic depictions, or it can also just be giving them a structure without a specific set of rules that really encourages that self-expression without triggering their reluctance. Furthermore, adolescents have the opportunity to externalize their various thoughts, concerns, or elements of self within the boundaries of a confined artwork. This can mean clinicians working with adolescents can approach these externalized pieces with an open curiosity and accurate empathy, really bringing in some of those key elements of a person-centered approach. Reflecting what the client might be feeling offers them an opportunity to reflect on that internal experience in a slightly different context. A theme that became apparent to me in bringing in this creative expression was that a lot of my clients were drawn towards sensory engagement. On one hand, we can reference the expressive therapies continuum and think about how Dr. Lisa Hines notes that the focused state of attention that's achieved through an external sensory stimulation can allow our clients to become more aware of internal sensations. And on the other hand, speaking with some of my adolescent clients, they found that these sensory experiences, whether it be rubbing their hands with paint or running their fingers through rice or touching a soft blanket, these experiences really allowed them to ground themselves in the present moment, which they found incredibly helpful in such an unfamiliar time as the COVID-19 pandemic. For the sake of time, I'm only going to share a couple, but one of the elements of this project for me was developing recommendations for clinicians moving forward, whether they be art therapists or counselors. These are just a couple of the therapeutic art interventions that I proposed that are targeted towards those really core adolescent psych themes, such as identity development and emotional regulation. As I'm sure a lot of you experienced, looking into this research and developing this project really led me to understand there are so many areas to continue learning. I'd really be interested in expanding into looking at group therapy, considering the real benefits of socialization for adolescents. I also found that relationships with caregivers was really essential in maintaining an effective treatment, so I'd be curious to look into family therapy as well. And finally, this research was conducted in an outpatient setting, and so I think it would be interesting to look towards those adolescent clients that have a higher need for care. I'd like to warmly acknowledge those that have helped me get to this point. Michelle Radigan, my culminating project advisor, Mynisha White and Mike Fogel, my on-site and off-site supervisors, and of course the clients and staff at Hall Mercer, where I was grateful to spend this year as an intern.
The spirit of my grandparents rages within me. Those who were born into the Japanese occupation of Korea. Those who grew up in chaos and uncertainty as their language and culture were violently pushed aside. Those who saw their country ruptured in two at the 30th parallel by outside forces. Those who survived the World War only to be met with a Korean War. Those who didn't have enough to eat as they evaded bombs on school days, mass rape by foreign soldiers, and the resulting despair, shame, and suicides. Those who desperately escaped across borders as teenagers, losing family members along the way in hopes that they could later create and nurture their own families and be promised a future. Those who thought their descendants could live in what they proclaimed to be a better and safer country, only for their children and their children's children to be ridiculed, minimized, disquieted, for them to live in fear of the world beyond their homes. You can't hurt me. The spirit of my grandparents lives within me. But I wonder, who runs through your veins? Would they be proud?
때 잘해 없을 땐 닥치고 있을 때 잘해 진짜 그렇게 편히 쉬기를 바랬다면 fuck resting 그냥 please만 말해 you ain't missing nobody you're missing a heart 쉽게 한 사람만큼 쉽지 않냐 뭐만 하면 죽을 죄 다들 티끌하나 없나 성자가 뭐 이리 많아 짓지 마라 나를 왜 teardrop 법은 두렵지만 나는 your pure God 깨끗한 척하긴 애쓴다 애써 깨어있으면 뭐해 눈이 쥐갈돼서 말대로 해 fuck on my way 어린 새끼 어제 대고 반말을 해 난 어차피 좋은 잠과 동시에 외로웠지 울 때 곁에 없었다면 웃을 때도 없길
Do what I wanna, say what I wanna 선물 듣고 떠들어대 Don't want your praise, don't want your roses Ain't no one dying today Out of my way, I'm a legend and I'm here to stay going away, did it my way 밝기만 하면 다 길이 되네 비가 내리면 I'll dance in the rain 말이만 해, ain't no one giving up on what you say
Thank you my haters 영광은 너에게 앞으로 손수내 서사서 줬으니 난 가톨릭 죽을 위기에 처해도 절실히 예수를 믿었었지 I slipped the con 도망치는 척 앞장서 가서 you didn't know 실패 기대 말아 나 실은 나라 맞아 못하는 건 내게 능력밖에 잃은 걸 짚고 드디어 끝나네 건방 떨던 같아 그럼 설련 도체 안 돼서 멜론을 껍질째 삼켜 헌짜는 녀석들아 찍고 잡혀 내 영혼 몰라 그저 책 잡기만 실명은거리겠지 보이는 게 다니까 난 모두에게 명품을 언박싱하기 해줘서 자 뜯어봐면
Out of my way, I'm a legend and I'm here to stay going away, did it my way 밝기만 하면 다 길이 되네 비가 내리면 I'll dance in the rain 말이만 해, ain't no one giving up on what you say
미친 개들의 울부짖음이 들려온 종일 선 넘은 도발에 넘어갈 땐 뜯겨나가 살점이 어둠 속에 숨어가 춤추는 그 양손이 말 한마디처럼 쉽게 던져준 애가 심한 남은 꽃 한 송이 격 없이 잡이 없이 뛰어들어 봐 난 끄떡없지 네가 던진 돌팔 매력에 닿아 벽을 넘은 내 목소린 국경선을 넘지 넌 여전히 내 눈에 먼지 더 남아나 득이 없어 안에 벌짓 평생 공을 들여 탑을 쌓아도 무너뜨릴 세상이지만 또다시 돌 하나 얹지
Do what I wanna, say what I wanna 선물 듣고 떠들어대 Don't want your praise, don't want your roses Ain't no one dying today Out of my way, I'm a legend and I'm here to stay going away, did it my way 밝기만 하면 다 길이 되네 비가 내리면 I'll dance in the rain 말이만 해, ain't no one giving up on what you say Out of my way,
Out of my way I am a legend and I'm here to stay
did it my way
Get in my way 밝기만 하면 다 길이 되네 I pave the way For everyone that is paving the way 말이만 해 Ain't no one giving up fuck what you say Moment of silence
Hi, everyone. If you are a panelist, if you would please unmute yourself and show us your faces, that would be fantastic. Really quick, we wanted to introduce ourselves. My name is Dawn Morningstar. I'm a dance movement therapy and counseling faculty member here at Drexel.
And I am Michelle Radigan, and I am also a faculty member in the art therapy and counseling department. So welcome to our second time doing this digital.
That's right.
Amazing presentation so far. And so once we see more faces on the screen, we'll get started with our panel. Remember, if you are a presenter, you can unmute yourself and turn your video on. And also, we encourage this to be more of a discussion. We do have a couple of questions. There was lots of feedback coming in from the chat, and also questions. So we were able to collate those into 2 questions that would be appropriate for the entire panel. Do you want to start with yours?
Sure. And I just want to give everyone a note who's watching. If you go up to the top corner of your screen, you can do gallery view and you can see all of the panelists who we just saw their presentations. So take a second to do that. And panelists, while people are seeing your lovely faces, here's your first question. Despite all the challenges of last year, is there anything you think should continue or you would like to implement for yourself as a creative arts therapist as we kind of move forward from the pandemic? And I'm just going to open it. Y'all can just talk.
I'll speak to that actually. So my name's Carrie Lynn. I use she, her pronouns. And what my project has really shown me is that with all the difficulties of being in the online and virtual format, there's a lot of beauty in being able to connect with people across the globe and be able to stay connected. And so that's something I'm definitely going to take into my professional career. I want to stay connected to the international creative arts global community. That's that personally, that's very important, and it's accessible now, and people are more open to it than they might have been a couple of years ago. So yeah.
Great, thanks, Carrie Lynn.
I'll piggyback on Carrie Lynn. My name is Sarah Burgess, she, her pronouns. I feel the same way that the virtual has opened up more opportunities, especially for people who can't readily get places. So in terms of ability to go someplace because of parking or cost or physical limitations or just exhaustion, been really great. One thing I hope that continues in this is I think people are really doing a lot of self-reflection, and you kind of hear it in a lot of different ways, not just in the therapy world, but I hope that can continue on as we move out of COVID times.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah, I was really struck by that one quote in your presentation of that I think Christina made note of too, but when you release tension, there's flexibility. And I think that is one of the important parts for me of the last year, is that I think we've all been flexible with each other in ways because there's like this understanding of hardship. And I hope that some of the flexibility that we're extending to ourselves and each other continues beyond this year.
There's a little chat coming up that Angie loved the metaphors that were coming up in your exploration, Sarah. And I can say that, a lot of different themes were coming into the chat box, and I was writing them down, and I'd like to read them out, and we can still talk about those challenges, and maybe this will also help pull it in for our discussion for the panel. Listen to this list of words, and then think for yourself, how have these taken on new meanings during the time in the pandemic, and how they've affected you as an emerging creative arts therapist and counselor? Because this was really a transformational time for all of you. As a graduate student, it typically is a transformational time, but you've had all of these other
layers.
Yes, it's so complex, like peeling the onion, right? So many layers there. And so, this is a really impactful time, and you're entering into this time with so much learning because you had to, right? This wasn't a choice, this was an experience. So let me read to you this list and think about how that's really going to take you forward in your professional life. Choice, ritual, space, isolation, location, opportunity, collaboration. I'll read it one more time. Choice, ritual, space, isolation, location, opportunity, collaboration.
Any reflections on that?
For me,
mute the other device. Mute the other device. All right, there you go, Morgan. Just share the screen. Go for it.
So sorry.
It's okay. Vaccines are good. That's why we're here. Last year we were together and we were 6 feet apart on the screen. It was really difficult to do. All right, take it away, Morgan.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that when I heard those words, I was really so sorry. Oh, okay. I was really thinking about the work I did and that it was all virtual and over the phone, but I feel like there was some aspect of intimacy because I was kind of, even though I wasn't with people, it was in their homes. Like we were doing like a lot of work centered around like the materials they have in their homes. And I felt like they were, I don't know, introducing me to another side of them. I don't know if I would even get to see if we were in person the same way. It just felt special and challenging, but sort of special in how it was challenging.
Interesting. Lovely. You know, I was wondering with that comment, Morgan, and anyone could answer this, you know, typically when we're learning how to do the work, right, really embedding ourselves in that, being in people's homes isn't necessarily something that you're going to be doing, right? Unless perhaps you're a wraparound or a mobile therapist and have that opportunity in your internship experience. So this could have been a really new experience for many people of like being in someone's homes and that level of intimacy through the virtual world. So I'm curious, does that give you a sense of thinking more about, you know, what really does therapy look like and where does it happen? And are you more comfortable if you had the opportunity to actually go and visit the person or the participant, you know, that you're working with? So that's for anyone to answer, but it just, you know, really struck me in hearing your comment, Morgan.
I had some experience with that as well, Morgan. I had a few clients that I was meeting with entirely virtually. And I think that it was something that was really special because it gave them a lot more control over their presence in the relationship, whether that was determining like what type of space they wanted to share with me, if they wanted their camera on, if they wanted to show me around their house, really giving them more autonomy over what they were sharing and how they were sharing it with me. So I felt like that was a really great opportunity versus sometimes having people come in person, they're in this unfamiliar space and there's a bit more of like that power dynamic is present and more like palpable in the room. So I feel like this kind of even things out, even having like my roommate's dog barking in the background or like something happened to them where there's like a garbage truck, just like that more humanizing experience of like we're both in this position together.
Yeah, I had a similar experience as well. I wasn't working in telehealth, but being at a long-term care facility, a residential living, going into residents' rooms and asking them if they wanted to participate or if they wanted an art therapy session and seeing they had the control and the agency to tell me no and not invite me inside of their homes too. So it is on the one hand intimate, and on the other hand, it's if they don't want that intimacy, they don't want to share that with me, that's also really important, you know, therapeutic consideration that they have the control to say no if they want to. Well, yeah, and I think being in a home invites that.
And on the other side of that, you know, also through many of the culminating projects that we've seen so far, there's a transparency and a vulnerability of the self, you know, the person of the therapist and the self, and you all bringing viewers into your private spaces, even witnessing your art and your movement And maybe what was that experience like in sharing that and being so open and real and authentic in response to world events and experience and personhood.
Michelle, it reminds me of something you've said before, which is being real and not revealing. So I think that definitely came up for me, and that even just like having my room in the background is something that they're getting a sense of who I am, and also like being conscious of that shared experience of the pandemic and the fact that we're both in unfamiliar situations really brought kind of a familiar base to the relationship that I was forming with everyone.
Yeah. That's really powerful. Tiffany, were you going to say something? Go ahead.
I was. I think it also provided an interesting way to build rapport, because at the beginning I was working with kids, so we could do like scavenger hunts, and I could go tell them to find something and they could go find something from another room or bring me to a different room, and they asked me to do the same thing, so I could show them my space and show them things that were important to me as well. So it was really a layer of rapport building that wouldn't have been present without the online telehealth.
Yeah, again, a different kind of intimacy, right?
Yeah.
Kind of going off of that idea of rapport building, I think it's really interesting from a dance movement therapy perspective, where the relationship and physical space is typically how you build that rapport with your clients, and being in real mutual time and space is really important. And getting that information, you can only see this up. I could be twiddling my fingers underneath. I could be nervous tapping. There's a lot that could be going on outside of the screen. So it definitely presents, while all of these things are really lovely, it definitely presents some challenges, and I don't want to minimize the challenges of the online format. So kudos to all of you clinicians out there working in this virtual space, because it's not easy, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think the other thing that we didn't really touch on much yet is the idea of what does like self-care look like in this kind of a space when it's in your house and you're doing therapy in your house. There's not that separation, right? In terms of that, does anybody want to speak about that in terms of how they've navigated that, or what they've done that they want to continue taking with them when they're in person, maybe?
I definitely used virtual backgrounds a lot, because the only space I have is my room that's, like HIPAA compliant. And so I have to worry about, like, is my bed made behind me? Is my laundry showing? Is my cat doing something really stupid? And so I think I use that a lot, but then it also helps because I'm working with kids and doing like the play therapy aspect, like, oh, look, I'm underwater. And so kind of, like I'm hiding stuff, but I'm also bringing new things into it.
How to creatively use the medium to your advantage, right? Cool.
That's really exciting. So I'm wondering if any of you have questions for each other. Ooh, you didn't know this was coming. But there's been so much power in the art and the narration. Oh my gosh, just unbelievable. And so I don't really know if any of you, because you've been so busy, finishing up graduate school, we know what that's like. It's like trying to catch a running train. So you may have not really had any time until now to witness each other's process and culminating projects. So I'm wondering if any of you have feedback or questions that you want to ask one another. We do have about
2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, 2 to 3 minutes. That can be our ending question today.
I guess I have a question. I mean, obviously, really beautiful work. I could give more specific feedback, but we have 2 minutes. My question would be, if when did the shift, because all of our themes have COVID related to it in some way. So, I started in a completely different area, and then I shifted within the last 3 months scrambled because I realized I wasn't interested. So was there a moment in time when you realized, okay, now this is what my project needs to reflect, specifically related to COVID or social issues and things like that?
I think there was definitely a point where the goal of my project shifted. I think for me, it's when I realized that racism within the workplace doesn't happen just in the workplace.
Right.
I was focusing on the identity of Asian American and Pacific Islander healthcare workers, but what it really comes down to is systemic racism perpetuating different areas of work. So in my presentation, you don't really see a whole ton about healthcare workers. You see mostly just the focus on Asian American identity, because that is something that we carry and we can't take off like we do with our scrubs or with our badges. So that was a really, really moving shift when I had that realization.
Mm-hmm. Tiffany, that's so powerful. Thank you for sharing that. And I have to say that as we close up for this segment, I need to go back and watch all of them again. Because they were very impactful, but us here on the other end of things, doing some tech stuff back here and monitoring things, you get a little distracted. And I really want to go back in and just really be able to sit with each one of them. Very powerful.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
For your hard work and congratulations.
Round of applause.
Round of applause. And congratulations on almost being finished with your graduate training.
Yeah.
And welcome to the field.
Yes. Welcome to the field. We are now colleagues.
That's right. Woohoo. Natalie, did you want to take it away from here?
Yes, I'm going to do a little bit of a takeover and just thank you everybody for Module 1. It was incredible. It was really incredible. We will be saving the chat and sharing with everybody, so you will see all the compliments and the shout outs and the encouragement. A lot of people identified with different topics and details shared. We're headed into our first intermission, and there's a little bit of a struggle with some of the behind the scenes tech. We had planned to have closed captioning on the whole program today, and that is, we're unable to do that because of the change from the YouTube stream to the Zoom stream. So apologizing for that. It was really our intention to make this colloquia as inclusive as possible. So that is something we're going to have to improve for next year. We're not able to do that with the Zoom platform at this time. We also pre-recorded all the module introductions that the different creative arts therapy and counseling faculty are sharing. They were pre-recorded and recorded when we were doing the YouTube live stream. So some of the information that's being shared is not accurate. So again, just to recap, we are all on a Zoom stream. Basically, everybody is a attendee in this stream. If you are not a panelist, you are not heard or seen. When all the student presenters, when you become a panelist for the Q&A, that is when you will be seen and heard. When you enter that Q&A space, be sure to mute your mics. You all did a wonderful job, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful job. Thank you for that Q&A. And essentially, we are going to continue our program at 12 o'clock. But first of all, Creative Works, thank you again for all the submissions this year. Really excellent. And they are beautiful compliments to these presentations. We're going to have one audio track coming up. A return by Cynthia and James to the Colloquia 2021. They were very popular last year. And a track from them. And also we will be pausing with a single image submitted by Cassidy Flynn. And on that screen, it will show that we are returning at 12 o'clock sharp. to move into Module 2.
Hey, Natalie, I just dropped in the chat, if anyone needs or desires, an online web-based caption generator. So you would need to have 2 screens up at once, or if you have the luxury of 2 monitors, that's great. But you can open that and go to that website and generate captions live in real time.
Thank you, Scott. Maybe we'll do a repeat of that when we start off again at 12 o'clock. Thank you for that workaround. Yes, release the tension and you have flexibility. And that is what we do when we do. Arun, are we going to transition to our intermission? Thank you, everybody, for your attention. And the day will continue.
Just when I give on all hope of ever getting what I thought I was waiting for, just when I thought you abandoned me and left me here to curse your name and clench my tiny fist against the rain, crying I'm stranded. You send me away. I'm gonna let out fall. I'm a superhero. Just when I given up, holding on, and let my body tumble through the air. You send me waves. I'm gonna let them unfold. 'Cause I'm a superhero. I'm rising up above it all. Just when I given up all hope of ever getting what I thought I was waiting for. Just when I thought you abandoned me and left me here to curse your name and clench my tiny fist against the rain, crying I'm stranded. You send me away. I'm gonna let out fall. I'm a superhero. Rising up above it all, I'm rescuing myself. You watch me out, swooping into the rescue myself. I am my own savior, don't need no one else. I don't need no knight in shining armor. Just when I'd given up holding on and let my body tumble through the air, you send me wings. I'm gonna let 'em unfold. 'Cause I'm a superhero. I'm rising up above it all, rescuing myself. You watch me out, swooping in to rescue me. I am my own savior. Need no knight in shining armor. I'm gonna use the words you gave me. I am my own savior. You watch me. Just when I given up all hope of ever getting what I thought I was waiting for. Just when I thought you abandoned me and left me here to curse your name and clench my tiny fist against the rain, crying I'm stranded. You send me away. I'm gonna let out fall. I'm a superhero. Rising up above it all, I'm rescuing
Sit comfortably and give yourself permission to fully arrive into this moment. Take a deep breath in and out. Breathing in, I am breathing in. Breathing out, I am breathing out. May I be kind and gentle to myself. May I give myself the compassion that I need. May I learn to accept myself as I am. Welcome to Module Number 2, Sense and Being. If you are joining us at the start of this module, you will soon view and listen to 6 graduating CAT student presentations based on their graduate culminating projects. You are viewing this 2021 CAT Colloquia content being broadcast live on a private YouTube channel. You can listen and view these presentations in their pre-recorded sequence, and you may wish to add questions or comments in the chat box function. To share any questions or comments ahead of the small group discussion ending each module, you must log into YouTube via Google or Facebook account. There are live question and answer sessions with all presenting students and 2 moderators at the end of each module throughout our program. Please enjoy.
Hello, my name is Lynn Falk. Thank you for attending my culminating project presentation, A Touching Relationship, Connecting Through Touch in Dance Movement Therapy Near the End of Life. I would like to begin by thanking my supervisors, Ashley Jacobs and Sonia Budnovich, my internship supervisors, Morgan Burkay and Tracy Lautenbach-Hines, and my culminating project advisor, Dr. Christina Devereaux. During my internship in an adult outpatient oncology center, I experienced a special relationship with a patient, Jo, her daughter, Violet, and her spouse, Peter. From the very beginning, I had a feeling that touch played a key role in our therapeutic relationship, as well as in the communication between Jo and her family, allowing them to be in relationship near the end of her life. We worked together in person and virtually over the course of 9 months from the fall of 2019 and the summer of 2020. When I first met Jo, a 66-year-old Caucasian heterosexual female diagnosed with glioblastoma multiforme, a terminal form of brain cancer, she exhibited left side weakness and neglect due to a stroke. Jo used a walker for balance, but she could sidestep and do her signature shoulder shimmy. Though she needed time to organize her thoughts and actions, Jo communicated the essence of herself. She was a mother, spouse, a close friend to many, an esteemed scholar, educator, and writer who loved to dance. Dance movement therapy with Jo and Violet began with functional goals centered around mobility, integration, and vitality. We began by waking up the body with tactile actions like tapping, brushing, and squeezing. We gradually worked up to whole body actions like weight shifting and swaying, very often with a scarf. As Jo's cancer progressed and her mobility and verbal abilities declined, our goals shifted toward communication and connection. We worked with smaller, closer to the body gestures filled with emotional tones. Jo's family reported that she was the most expressive and responsive during dance movement therapy. For example, in a virtual session with Peter and Jo, I guided Peter through ways that he could wake up his own body and be present with Jo as a loving spouse rather than as a caregiver. As Peter eased into the comfort of his own movement, he relaxed and opened himself up for connection. I encouraged Peter to sit facing Jo and to touch her face, a part of her body that she still moved. As Peter rested his hand on Jo's cheek, she raised her arm and began caressing his forearm. This continued for a while.
Further along, I suggested that Peter position his body close to Joe's right side to maximize contact with the body half that she was more aware of. Joe continued to reach out to touch Peter's arm, his hand, his leg. These small, rare movements and moments of touch communicated love and left Peter feeling, in his own words, deeply moved. My experience with Joe, Violet, and Peter was so amazing, rich, and emotional that I felt compelled to share it. And so for my culminating project, I'm writing a journal article, a narrative case description interspersed with theory about the communicative role of touch in dance movement therapy in end-of-life care. I plan to submit my article to the Art, Language, and Spirituality in Health section of the Journal of Pain and Symptom Management, a peer-reviewed palliative medicine journal with an interdisciplinary audience of readers. My review of literature spanned many topics, including the neuroscience of interpersonal touch, the role of touch in human development across the lifespan, attitudes toward touch in healthcare, the impact of COVID-19 on touch, and literature about the ethics and use of touch in dance movement therapy. I'm going to share some key findings from neuroscience that support the communicative role of touch. Recently, a class of unmyelinated, slow-conducting nerve fibers, the C-tactile fibers, or CT fibers, were discovered. These nerve fibers specifically carry messages of slow, gentle touch, such as the kind of touch shared between Joe and Peter. Secondly, a series of studies provided evidence that touch alone can communicate emotions, specifically pro-social emotions like love, sympathy, and gratitude. And this is done in the absence of visual or auditory cues. This is important when working with individuals who cannot communicate verbally. And lastly, there is evidence that our brains process the sensory and emotional information that we observe while watching other people touch. This happens in a similar fashion to the action of mirror neurons. This may explain how I could attune with the tactile sensations and emotions communicated between Joe and her family when we worked together virtually. Some gaps in the literature include a paucity of research about touch near the end of life, a lack of holistic studies about interpersonal touch, how it functions in concert with other senses and in a variety of contexts. And within dance movement therapy literature, there is a focus mostly on the use of touch with props, such as balls and scarves, as opposed to skin-to-skin contact. Within American culture, our education system, healthcare system, in current events, the therapeutic benefits of skin-to-skin contact are often overlooked because of the risks and taboo associated with inappropriate physical contact. Social distancing and touch restrictions associated with COVID-19 have both exacerbated fears about touch and increased our awareness of its importance in our health and well-being. My experience with Joe and her family have convinced me that touch is a key nonverbal communication tool available to dance movement therapists. We need more training, guidelines, and research on touch that is sensitive to the dynamics of power, race, gender, culture, and ability. As therapists trained in the language of the body, we need to safeguard our ability to engage with clients and patients in a way that healers have done for centuries. This concludes my talk. Thank you very much for listening. I look forward to your questions in the Q&A, and a special thank you to my family for their support over the past 3 years. Here are my references.
Mindfulness-based music therapy with spinal cord injury patients. an informed practice approach and application, Master's Culminating Project by me, Caitlin Mooney. Thank you for joining me. Before I get started, I'd like to make some well-deserved thanks and recognition to the following people, both named and beyond, past and present, who have significantly impacted my ability to attend and engage in this program with dedication and resiliency. From the bottom of my heart, I sincerely thank you. I wouldn't have made it without you. In the inpatient rehabilitation setting where I'm interning, we serve people who are recovering from traumatic brain injuries, spinal cord injuries, stroke, movement disorders such as Parkinson's or MS, and other general surgeries. My inspiration for this project stems from a fascination that I have with the way that music therapy allows for people to find moments of respite or escape from their chronic pain, hospital bed, room, or the reality of life after a traumatic injury. And what really fascinates me is how trauma is manifested and depicted in a spinal cord injury, specifically highlighting the immobilizing effect trauma can have on the body, mind, and soul. Throughout my work and research, I've learned how music therapy can access flow otherwise not attainable or accessible to these individuals. To combat a myriad of circumstances and symptoms resulting from any level of spinal cord injury, I began to do research on the effects of mindfulness-based practice and music therapy with spinal cord injury patients. As one of the main goals of rehabilitation is for patients to gain a level of acceptance surrounding their injury, mindfulness-based music therapy, or MBMT, seemed like the perfect container. The literature indicates vast potential for including mindfulness-based practices for the benefits of those in rehabilitative settings. What is known is that mindfulness can be helpful, but it should be individualized to the level of injury and to the person who's receiving the experience. It should also be delivered by a trained professional who's able to manage feelings of failure that are so often associated with beginning any mindfulness practice. It's important to note that physically oriented meditations that we are historically familiar with may ask the participant to attend to each area of the body. This reliance on sensory information is just not available to all people recovering from a spinal cord injury. Attempting to relax your body when you cannot feel it or move it willingly could increase frustration and decrease the perception that one has mastery in mindfulness techniques. General research in the area shows that music therapy is exceptionally positioned to not only assist with physical aspects of rehabilitation, but also in reducing depression, anxiety, pain, and energy level in terms of fatigue. All of these are critical and relevant to the rehabilitation population, as we know that depression and suicidality increase in the immediate aftermath of the injury. A great indicator for quality and duration of life is the existence of social support for people recovering from spinal cord injury. So COVID-19 has exacerbated these issues that people are already experiencing. And due to decreasing your level of control and autonomy, this can actually increase your level of perceived pain. All the more reason to be employing music therapy techniques. The creation of the MBMT method here is an adapted method from Teresa Lesiuk from Miami, who used MBMT in treatment of breast cancer, as well as the work of Dr. Yoka Bharat. I have paired core mindfulness attitudes with music therapy techniques to create 4 MBMT experiences, which allow for flexibility in terms of the individual's participation that allows for varied levels of mood, pain, and energy. Folks in rehabilitation are required 3 hours of therapy a day, including PT, OT, and speech therapy, and so it can be a taxing environment. I want to increase empowerment and agency whatever ways I can, which leads to this simple 3-step mindfulness-based music therapy method. With a critical lens in mind, I want to establish a connection with each individual in treatment, hoping to learn all about the holistic aspects of this person. Together, in the present moment, with awareness of how things are unfolding, we can collaboratively select one of the interactions previously listed. Important in the therapeutic alliance and for maximizing success is the psychoeducation surrounding mindfulness-based practice, engaging in music therapy, and getting through rehabilitation. As the research indicated, psychoeducation is a crucial component to include in the Music Therapy Alliance, as we can not only maximize the feelings of success that the individuals will experience, but we can tailor it even further as we go and develop together. This method also provides more social support that is lacking in a COVID-19 era in an isolated environment that otherwise would have more social supports available to these individuals. As I reflect on the use of the MBMT method within my internship site, there are a few key points that I'd like to focus on. I really believe in the value of using mindfulness within the music therapy relationship beyond typical relaxation inductions and music meditations, though those are valuable. I believe that the use of preferred music seemed to be really effective and encouraged participants, and they reported increased self-efficacy. It's wonderful to hear at the end of a session, "Wow, that really made my day," or "I can't believe that I could play the drums like that." Including the use of adaptive instruments such as MIDI controllers that attend to the loss of mobility experienced by spinal cord injury patients seemed to increase engagement and excitement about the task that we were doing. I also have to say that rhythmic improvisation seemed to be a form of meditation in itself that I noticed individuals would remark on before I even offered psychoeducation about it, and so that's something that furthered my engagement as well. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention today and offer congratulations to all my fellow Drexel grads. Thank you and best wishes.
Hello, my name is Eliza Green. I am a dance movement therapy and mental health counseling master's student at Drexel University. This is a presentation on my culminating project, Moving Through Caregiver Burnout, Body-Based Methods to Maintain Quality of Care. I would like to thank my culminating project advisor, Dawn Morningstar, for all her help during this process, my supervisors over the last 2 years here at Drexel, and then also Sarah Amos, who really made it possible to host a workshop and reached out to all the caregivers who attended. When I was considering what to do for my culminating project, it really struck me the amount of burnout, compassion fatigue, and vicarious trauma that I was seeing in the caregiver population, and how this not only decreased their quality of life, but also the quality of care and the turnover rates, which really affected their clients. And this was true whether they were family caregivers or professional caregivers. So I wanted to create a workshop that would offer these caregivers tools to help them really thrive in their caregiving roles. And I did this using a dance movement therapy lens. I created a workshop that was 3 modules held once a week for an hour. And in our first workshop, we talked about the terminology that would be used throughout the process, just to give a common vocabulary as we worked the next 3 weeks together. Additionally, sometimes just naming the experience that these caregivers were already going through can be really empowering, and this workshop was open to both family and professional caregivers. Next, we also looked at stressors versus stress, and then how we can adapt that cycle, as caregivers often don't have control of the scenarios that they're put in. So looking at the stress cycles that were already existing and how to adapt those and integrate some self-care strategies. For the homework that week, caregivers were asked to spend the week looking at patterns and noticing what they were already doing for self-care or things that they were doing that they might want to consider changing, and just to take inventory of these patterns with non-judgment and not being asked to change anything. The first step was really just to notice their current patterns of life. In our second session, we discussed and explored Kestenberg's developmental rhythms, which are movement patterns seen in infancy throughout development, and explored how to adapt these in a way that can help mitigate and manage stressful situations, whether that be in the moment or long term. We also discussed the process of reframing our thoughts and habits. So taking the things that we had noticed the week before and thinking about how these can be helpful or what might need to be reframed and looked at in a different way. Another thing that came up really strongly in the literature was the importance of our own mindsets and self-talk, and how having healthy, self-compassionate self-talk can really change the way that we perceive a stressor and hold that stress in our body, because burnout comes from the compilation of stress held within the body that isn't processed. Being able to take the time to process through it and also in the moment change how we are perceiving that stress can go a long way in working through and avoiding some burnout and compassion fatigue. The homework for this week was for the caregivers to select 2 new self-care strategies and try them out for a week and see whether those worked or not. The only way to really see whether these new rhythms would work was to take the time to test them out and see how they felt in that caregiver's week. For our final session, we discussed what we had learned in the previous session as a bit of a review, since it was a lot of information very quickly. We also looked at some other areas that came up in the literature as important to consider when creating sustainable self-care. This was community, meaning making, and rest. And then we went through the process of creating a plan, and we made 2 kinds of plans. The first was a short-term, in-the-moment crisis management plan or a safety plan that caregivers could have with them to manage stress in the moment, whether that be taking a deep breath, feeling their feet on the floor, shaking it off, whatever was individualized for that caregiver. We really wanted to meet that caregiver's needs, so everyone's would look different. The second plan we made was a longer-term plan meant to help find some rhythms of life and patterns in daily life that would be rejuvenating and cultivate self-care for those caregivers in order to provide them with a thriving role as a caregiver, rather than encountering burnout, compassion fatigue, and vicarious trauma. So setting up ways to expect the stressful environments that caregivers don't have control over, and to be planning to process through and manage stress as it comes up, and to have this rhythm of life in place prior to entering into these stressful environments so that burnout is not such a major problem. And this was really focused on the idea of longevity. A quote from the literature that was really profound, both to the caregivers and to myself, from trauma stewardship was being able to exist with awareness amid radiating waves of pain rather than absorbing and accumulating them. We can learn to let them ripple out and away. This was the hope of my offering this workshop to caregivers, to provide them with the tools to be the best caregivers possible and have full and thriving lives. Thank you.
Thank You Body, mindfulness-based art making for relapse prevention in adults with substance use disorder. When you hear the terms substance use disorder or addiction, what comes to your minds? The implicit bias that drug users are a problem is one that may run deep for a lot of us. Actually, we know that adults struggle with drug use or addiction in response to systemic problems, including but not limited to the opioid epidemic in America, and they often encounter barriers to receiving appropriate mental health treatment. As an art therapist intern providing therapy at a clinic in South Philadelphia, I was interested in exploring a more holistic treatment approach. I wondered, how can mindfulness-based and art therapy approaches inform treatment for adults in the mental health outpatient setting who may struggle with substance use, addiction, and comorbidity? Furthermore, how could art therapists safely allow members of these populations to process trauma stored in the body despite distrust due to systemic discrimination and stigma? Researchers and medical experts have shown that substance use disorder, addiction, post-traumatic stress disorder, trauma, and chronic stress exist and interact on the same spectrum. If we're not able to rest and recover from stress and trauma, our internal systems, like the autonomic nervous system, eventually become dysregulated. Neuroscientists explain that because of the neuroplasticity of our brains, adults can still recover from these cycles of thoughts and behaviors. By practicing mindfulness, we can actually rewire and restructure our brains. Mindfulness meditation stems from ancient Eastern practice, such as 3,000-year-old Buddhist tradition, which has influenced Western psychotherapy since its development. One definition of mindfulness is paying attention on purpose in the present moment, non-judgmentally. Practicing mindfulness has many health benefits. Mindfulness also activates the brain regions involved in emotional regulation, decreases amygdala activity, and increases a sense of safety, leading to changes in body awareness and reduced fear. Art making has been shown to also have stress-reducing effects. Art therapists use art materials to allow clients to safely express what they're experiencing, like feelings or memories, which may go beyond words. Clinicians have developed treatment programs such as mindfulness-based art therapy and focusing-oriented art therapy in order to allow clients to notice feelings, thoughts, and emotions in the present moment and reflect on their experiences using creative expression. I designed a mindfulness-based art therapy intervention informed by my own mindfulness practice, yoga teacher training experience, and existing mindfulness counseling and art therapy literature. This intervention was created to fit within the structure of outpatient mental health. I facilitated the intervention in 60-minute individual therapy sessions with 5 adults and 1 60-minute group therapy session. The intervention is a 20-minute guided body scan meditation followed by reflective art making and verbal processing. I wrote the script, meditation, and reflection questions with the intent to create a sense of safety and respect and allow for choice and autonomy in participation and style. The meditation, which I have titled Gratitude Body Scan Meditation, focuses on cultivating gratitude and appreciation for the innate healing wisdom of the body. A total of 7 adult participants engaged in the sessions and released their artwork and reflections for this presentation. Before viewing the participant artwork, please join me in a short body scan meditation. Take a moment to turn inwards and notice what may be arising within you without judgment. Begin sitting in a chair and placing the soles of the feet flat on the ground, hips distance apart. Sit upright to align the head, neck, shoulders, and spine directly above the sits bones. Gently close the eyes or soften the gaze. Bring palms to touch at heart center. Begin to notice the natural rhythm of the breath. If you are able, inhale through the nose and let the belly expand like a balloon. Exhale through the nose, letting your shoulders drop and release down the back. On your next inhale, lift yourself up using core strength, allowing the chest to open. Exhale and engage by pulling the navel in towards the spine. Begin visualizing that the breath moves throughout every part of the body, beginning in the toes all the way to the tips of the fingers and top of the head. Inhale deeply, noticing the body, and exhale, release. Thank you, body. Again, inhale and lift up. Exhale, thank you, body. For one last time, inhale deeply, noticing and scanning from top to bottom, bottom to top, and exhale, release. Thank you, body. Allow your breath to return to its natural rhythm. Maybe take a stretch or shake out your limbs, open your eyes again, and take in your environment and return to your surroundings. Thank yourself for taking a moment to thank the body and appreciate the constant work that the body does to heal us and keep us alive. Some of the following artwork created by participants includes self-portrait, and some visual images may elicit an emotional response. It is important to remember that you are safe in this moment and that any discomfort you experience will pass by on its own. In conclusion, project participants reflected that they felt relaxed, increased self-awareness, safely expressed emotions, and identified boundaries. Participants demonstrated autonomy through artistic expression, choosing a wide range of different art materials and imagery. I've learned that mindful attitude in art materials can be powerful tools for art therapists to increase safety within the therapeutic relationship. Finally, future research is needed to determine efficacy of mindfulness-based art therapy for relapse prevention for adults in outpatient therapy. Thank you for listening.
Welcome to Finding Flow, creating an optimal experience in group dance movement therapy. To begin, I would like to thank the individuals who supported me through my clinical experience and culminating project. I am forever grateful for all of you. Holding a BA in psychology, I entered into the dance movement therapy program at Drexel, hoping to combine my interest for positive psychology and my passion for becoming a dance movement therapist. Positive psychology aims to bring forth what makes us thrive, flow, and flourish, and the path to well-being through highlighting one's characteristic strengths, positive qualities, and the virtues and values one holds under their identity. You might have heard the term flow, or what many refer to as being in the zone. Some might have experienced flow through singing, reading, sports, writing, or engaging in a passion or inspirational activity. Having experienced flow many times through my professional dance training and career, I wanted to enrich my understanding of what exactly promotes flow and how to support others in engaging in shared flow experiences in group DMT. Last summer, I began to experiment with this notion during my morning runs. I wondered why some days I felt in the zone, being able to run for miles without realizing the time that had passed, and why other days felt harder, longer, and disconnected or out of sync. Once I became aware of the rhythm of my feet and matched the rhythm of my breath, I was back in a state of flow. Seligman's theory on flourishing and Csikszentmihalyi's theory on flow are positioned in the integration domain of the outcomes framework for dance movement therapy, an assessment tool created by Dunphy and colleagues. Yet, when I began my literature search for this project, I had come to find there was no existing literature on dance movement therapy and flow. And so I wanted to say something that has yet to be said that I believe is an opportunity we are missing out on as dance movement therapists. After engaging in a critical literature review, I identified connections and synthesized the literature I found within positive psychology, healing processes of group engagement and dance movement therapy, theories related to rhythm and synchrony, and the internal experience of the therapist and clients. This flowchart is a visual representation of the connections I have made, starting with a bottom-up approach, beginning with the co-creation process. The role of the therapist's intuition is invaluable to the group therapy experience. This inner voice is the therapist's guide from moment to moment in an attempt to understand how the clients are feeling, responding to interventions, and where the therapeutic journey should go next. According to Wittig, group members will reveal unconscious material that is held in and can only be reached through the body. Ormond states that only by studying our own internal state and pursuing our inquiry can we see what is really going on in the group and why. And Polero supports that this internal experience of the therapist may be used in attuning to the clients and the group through rhythm and body attitude. The literature reflected different theoretical perspectives of attunement, and these discussions may suggest how shared flow is experienced within a group, moreover, in DMT. According to Kosak, attunement is a felt body experience of the psychological, emotional, and somatic state of awareness that may be individual or shared. Kestenberg, Amigi, and colleagues described that through the matching of muscle tension and rhythm changes, kinesthetic attunement may produce feelings of reciprocity and responsiveness to clients' needs and feelings communicated on a body level or through muscle tension flow. Zumeda and colleagues describe behavioral synchrony as an experience of attuned mind, body, and emotional states that is enabled through shared flow, a synchronized optimal experience. And McNeil describes the emotional synchrony that occurs when a group of people are moving together through muscular bonding and rhythmic synchrony. Schmaze asserts rhythmic synchrony as moving in time with one another, and that DMT promotes bonding between the therapist and group members through rhythm, time, and space. And Kosak described therapeutic attunement as being in a state of flow, paying attention to the embodied experience, utilizing improvisation and rhythm to engage in a synchronous flow between the client and therapist. Through shared rhythm, synchrony, and attunement, a shared flow experience in group DMT may occur when the components of enjoyment and challenge are met. According to Delfav and Massimini, an optimal experience is not merely a state of ecstasy and enjoyment, but a sense of engagement and concentration that is part of daily experience fluctuation. Seligman highlighted engagement as a pillar to flourishing and being in a state of flow. And the more we engage in flow or these optimal experiences, may we just flourish and achieve integration within our lives. Therefore, it is my belief that through the use of rhythm and synchrony and co-creation leads to group attunement, which may create a shared flow experience, inducing feelings of belonging, cohesion, vitality, and creating an optimal experience in group dance movement therapy. Under my social identities, an assumption I have is that we all have personal strengths and positive qualities. I acknowledge that I am coming to this project with assumptions and biases as a result of my perspective and privilege. Limitations within my writing hold the assumption that we all have the capacity to flow, thrive, and flourish. While some may have a longer journey than others, I join this field with the assumption that everyone can learn to be their authentic selves. I recognize this is a personal bias and that hope and optimism may not be accessible to everyone, depending on their individual circumstance. I leave you with the words of Csikszentmihalyi from his book Flow, The Psychology of Optimal Experience. This is what we mean by optimal experience. It is what the sailor holding a tight course feels when the wind whips through her hair, when the boat lunges through the waves like a colt, sails, hull, wind, and sea, humming a harmony that vibrates in the sailor's veins. It is what a painter feels when the colors on the canvas begin to set up a magnetic tension with each other, and a new thing, a living form, takes shape in front of the astonished creator. Or it is the feeling a father has when his child for the first time responds to his smile. Such events do not only occur when the external conditions are favorable, however. People who have survived concentration camps or have lived through near fatal physical dangers often recall that in the midst of their ordeal, they've experienced extraordinarily rich epiphanies in response to such simple events as hearing the song of a bird in the forest, completing a hard task, or sharing a crust of bread with a friend. Contrary to what we usually believe, moments like these, the best moments in our lives, are not the passive, receptive, relaxing times, although such experiences can also be enjoyable if we have worked hard to attain them. The best moments usually occur when a person's body or mind is stretched to its limits in a voluntary effort to accomplish something difficult and worthwhile. Optimal experience is thus something we make happen.
Hi, my name is Brianna Dill, and I'm a dance movement therapy and counseling student at Drexel University. This is my culminating project, Dance Movement Therapy as a Holistic Health Mechanism, Regulation of the Physiological and Psychological Systems through the Use of Movement-Based Mental Health Practices. Before getting started, I would like to thank my academic advisor, Dawn Morningstar, who has helped me explore and conceptualize my research interests throughout my time at Drexel. I would also like to thank my culminating project advisor, Dr. Jason Biondo, who has supported me so much in the building and the refining of this project throughout the entire year. And lastly, I'd like to thank my first and second year on-site supervisors, Natalie Burns and Emily Nussdorfer, who have been so generous in giving their time and talents investing in my growth as a dance movement therapist and counselor. For my culminating project, I created a series of interviews looking at the science behind the mind-body connection. My project was inspired by an interest in holistic health due to my own journey healing from chronic illness. I wanted to look at the relationship between the mind, body, and spirit, which is talked about so frequently in the dance movement therapy field, in order to better understand the scientific mechanisms behind the positive effects seen in dance movement therapy on so many things such as mood, on stress reduction, and on releasing trauma. Because there wasn't a lot of research in the dance movement therapy literature on the measurable impacts of DMT, I began to explore complementary fields whose work held relevance to the connections between psychological and physiological health. I did this in order to build a case for future dance movement therapy research needed. Through this experience, it became clear that the impacts of therapeutically driven movement are measurable on multiple levels of the body. On the neurobiological level, meaning the nervous system and brain function. On the neurochemical level, meaning the chemical composition and activities of the nervous system. And the energetic level of the body, meaning the vibrational, electromagnetic field of the body, which is best understood through the lens of quantum physics. The first interview I conducted was with dance movement therapist and researcher Dr. Amber Gray. I chose to interview Dr. Gray because of her work rooted in neuroscience through a polyvagal-informed dance movement therapy practice, which is a theory that I'm drawn to in my own work. In this interview, we discussed how trauma impacts vagal nerve functioning and state shifting, the physiology of interpersonal connection, and how attunement, breathwork, and rhythm all serve as regulating forces for the nervous system. Dr. Gray's work with the natural biological rhythms of the body especially interested me as they served to highlight how our psychological and physiological states are inseparably related and influential to one another. I did my second interview with naturopath and root cause clinic founder Veronica Leslie Panagopoulos. I reached out to her because of her extensive knowledge on the mind-body connection and because of her unique biophoton testing methodologies which allow both the psychological and physiological aspects of dysfunction to be measured and identified. In this interview, we discussed the frequencies of thoughts, emotions, and their impacts on the electromagnetic field of the body. We also covered the nervous system and how psychological experiences physically manifest as disease. She talked about movement as a perturbation for moving stagnant or excess energy that's built up through dysfunctions of the frequencies in the body. This helped me to theorize how dance movement therapy acts as a regulating force for the human body. And in her work done with frequency, it became clear that the physical, mental, and emotional conditions of the body can be influenced by so many external interventions, including sound, touch, and movement, which are all elements of the dance movement therapy work. The last interview I had conducted was with Dr. James Huang, who is a holistic chiropractor and kinesiologist in California. I was initially interested in his work because, similarly to dance movement therapy, chiropractic care manipulates the body in order to help restore psychological and physiological health. In this interview, we discussed the electric nature of the body and how the frequencies of emotions and words during traumatic experiences affect physiological systems. We also talked about muscle testing and assessment for dysregulation. Lastly, he discussed how when recalibrated back into a state of homeostasis, the body is innately capable of healing. This concept is so profound and so hope-filled, and it's one that I plan to incorporate into my own perspective as a mental health provider. While multiple important themes arose from the process of doing these interviews, which I talked about in my culminating project paper, there was one in particular that I wanted to bring here today. So looking at the intersections amongst the interviews, each interviewee from their own professional perspectives confirmed that emotions have a profound effect on the physiological state of the body. This validates the need for attention to the mind-body connection when it comes to holistic approaches to mental health care, and in turn validates the importance of our work as dance movement therapists. So with that, examining the takeaways and implications of this project, here is a brief synthesis of what I gathered through my culminating project. First, the body is energetic. Thoughts, emotions, and words all carry measurable frequencies which impact the body's state of wellness or disease. Frequencies which are not resonant with the body's natural state can cause dysregulation of the body's systems, hence demonstrating how trauma systematically impacts psychological and physiological health. Secondly, both movement and sound, through their impact on the frequencies of the body, play a role in affecting shifts on both an energetic and on an autonomic level. This begins to shed light on how dance movement therapy and its interventions such as music and rhythm work in releasing trauma held in the body. Finally, these findings highlight new and exciting avenues for research on the mind-body connection that are informed by frequency. This would allow research in the dance movement therapy field to non-invasively measure the energetic impacts of its interventions, thus quantifying the work that we already know to be so powerful. As I head into the field as a professional, I look forward to continuing this work and this research. Thank you so much for your time and your interest in my culminating project.
A Way of Knowing, the intersections between art therapy, self-care, and tarot. A culminating project by Aaron Phoebus under the advisement of Michelle Radigan. This culminating project is a result of my own exploration of personal self-care practices, a personal interest in self-care practices related to reflective artwork and personal symbolism, and a personal interest in the practice of tarot and occult practices in relation to self-care and holistic practices. For my culminating project, I investigated the intersections between tarot and archetypes, self-expression, and self-care. Specifically, my project will examine how tarot and archetypes can inform the art therapist through art creation and personal self-care. First iterations of the tarot we use today were found in Europe during the 1430s. Before becoming a tool for divination, the tarot started as an ordinary card game, with decks dating back to the 15th century of Italy during the Italian Renaissance. It is theorized that Romani cultures have been using tarot for centuries for occult purposes. However, tangible historical evidence of tarot being used for fortune-telling and divination does not appear until the 18th century, when French and English occultists started using the tarot for cartomancy and divination while laying down the groundwork for finding meaning within the cards, developing spreads for readings, and creating schools of thought surrounding the mysticism of the tarot. Traditional tarot decks consist of 78 cards, which are subdivided into the major arcana and minor arcana. The major arcana is comprised of 22 trump cards, and each card represents an archetypal force in the seeker's life. The minor arcana consists of 56 numbered and court cards that are representative of the human condition. Within Jungian psychology, Jung believed that all humans are connected by universal experiences that are unconsciously inherent in human beings since birth. This universal connection is made up of archetypes or unconscious universal experiences. Tarot ties heavily to Jungian psychology in that tarot represents both the archetypal nature of humanity as well as the collective unconscious of human experience. Tarot cards, much like archetypes, illustrate and expand on growth, the journey of life, and unconscious awareness. I believe tarot to be an incredibly effective resource for art therapy work with clients and art therapists alike. Tarot is a tool that can help future art therapists and practitioners in self-identification in both personal and professional realms. Tarot allows for images and symbols to speak in a common language that all art therapists can understand. Tarot cards act as an aid to the psyche and one's awareness of their mental health, allowing for growth and self-care to occur. Trauma stewardship is an essential element of self-care in the helping professions. For those of us who work with and/or experience trauma daily, it is critical that we are aware of the toll trauma takes in others as well as ourselves. This approach demands presence and compassion in dealing with clients and with oneself. Just like with trauma stewardship, the art therapist is responsible for reflecting on their work with clients and how their work affects them. Response art allows us to communicate our feelings and make connections in a way that note-taking and supervision may not allow for. The heuristic model of research is all about finding fresh discoveries through regimented research. This is the model used for this project. Before starting the art-making process of creating my own personal tarot deck, I sought to memorize the 78 cards of the tarot deck and gave myself daily tarot readings. When this project started, I wanted to create an entire deck. Due to issues of practicality, I shifted to focusing solely on creating the major arcana, which consists of 22 cards. To create these cards, I used sketchbook paper, graphite pencils, black pens, and alcohol-based illustrator markers. While I wanted to finish all the major arcana cards, I was only able to create 8 during this project. However, I wish to continue to make them in my spare time and someday create a full deck that illustrates my growth and craftsmanship as an art therapist. In the order of creation, the cards I created were the Fool, the Star, the World, Wheel of Fortune, Temperance, Strength, the Moon, and the Hangman. My expectations drastically changed from the beginning of this project. I realistically would not have been able to complete a full 78 card tarot deck in the time I was given to complete this project. I could have possibly completed all the major arcana cards. However, due to this project being about self-care, I did not want to push myself into the art-making process more than I had to. Regarding the cards themselves, there is a definite shift in the illustrations as time passes. The first few cards act as pastiche work, meaning they imitate the illustrations of the Rider-Waite tarot deck. As I moved forward, my illustrations relied less on putting myself into the imagery and more about creating my own imagery while still holding on to the universal themes of tarot cards. Lastly, due to the nature of this project relying heavily on the completion of graduate school and qualifying credits, the pressure to complete the cards and the deck caused more anxiety than anticipated. I still believe practicing tarot and the creation of a personal tarot deck can be a practice of self-care, and while the creation of the cards was cathartic most of the time, The creation of the cards was still tied to a need to finish a project. With more time and more structure in relation to mapping out the cards, I believe I would have been able to create more than 8 cards. This project relied heavily on spontaneous creation, which I think helped me practice self-care in my own way. However, I think there is merit in organization, which this project needed more of. Lastly, I will say that while I prefer to make art with traditional art materials, I think that making the tarot cards digitally would have helped streamline the process immensely while also making the cards and the process more accessible to others. Through the creation of this project, I hope to bring light to an underutilized tool, the tarot. The tarot allows for personal reflection and creativity, 2 elements that are crucial to art therapy practice. Compassion fatigue and burnout are rampant commonplace occurrences within the art therapy profession, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. By creating my own tarot cards, I am reflecting on my life, participating in art as self-care, and creating my own personal symbols to be used in my self-care practices as well as my art therapy practice. I would like to thank my culminating project advisor, Michelle Radigan, for her endless support and wisdom. I would also like to thank my family, my partners, my friends, and my cohort for their never-ending love and support. Lastly, I would like to thank all of those of you who are watching this presentation for tuning.
Hello. Hi. I think the very end of Erin's got a little cut off, but we're gonna ask our panelists to join us and unmute yourself and show your faces if you can. Welcome. My name is Dawn Morningstar. I'm a dance movement therapy and counseling faculty. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here with
Michelle Radigan, art therapy and counseling faculty. I also use she, her pronouns. We are so excited to be here with Module 2, Sense and Being. Wow, 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 wow. We have some questions for you all. And what we hope is that this is very discussion based. So you can bounce ideas off each other. You can also ask each other emergent questions. This might be the first time you actually had time to sit and have an opportunity to witness what your cohort has done, your peers have done. We do invite you to introduce yourself when you do speak. And do you want to start us off with the first question?
Sure. So my first question is, what are some elements of self-care that you will continue to implement in your practice for yourself as an emerging creative arts therapist? And anyone can jump in.
Yeah, so there's so many. Hi, I'm Kate Mooney. I use she, her pronouns. Thank you. So much self-care that'll be happening, and hopefully, shout out to Meg Patoma, community care will be happening as well as we take care of each other and others take care of us. So drumming, I mentioned like rhythmic improvisation. That's something that's really helped me to remain present in the moment and deepen my own awareness about a lot of things that are going on. And also people that don't feel like drumming, I like to do a little bilateral stimulation.
Should all try that really quick.
I'll do this rhythmically or just with my fingers. So yeah, what else we got?
That's great. Thanks, Kate.
I'll go. Hi, I'm Stephanie. She, her pronouns. I'm in dance movement therapy and counseling. And for me, it's shockingly, it's about finding flow. For me, it's gardening, it's running, it's writing, it's creativity. I think there's so many different ways that we can find flow in our lives. And that is a really excellent way to practice self-care and the things that make us thrive and flourish. And
yeah, Stephanie, I was thinking related to what Kate said, the idea when you said when you were running and you got into a rhythm, right? That's kind of when you found flow, you know, that idea of there's these overlaps, right, between all of these self-care ideas. So awesome. Thanks, Stephanie. Other ideas?
Oh, sorry. I'm Alex, she, her pronouns. Also agree that there are just so many self-care practices that I want to like incorporate all the time, but specifically from my experience of this project, something that's been like foolproof for me is if I'm in bed before going to sleep, doing a body scan meditation and actually like speaking out loud, like guiding myself through it and hearing my own voice is like something that was really new to me, and that I learned through this project will just like put me to sleep. So yeah, definitely recommend that. And we'll continue to do that.
That's great. I have to say, I might listen to your project again to help me when I need to wind down at the end of the night with the thank you body. We were doing it.
We were doing it.
Yes,
It
and
was
we were
fun.
just, we were like, oh wait, we're at work.
Oh, yeah, okay. Focus. Thanks, Alex.
Yes. Anyone else like to share?
Yeah, I can share. Oh, we've got two. Who's going? Is it me?
Sure, Lynn, you can go, and then our dynamic duo can go after that.
All right. I'm Lynn. I use she, her pronouns. For me, I'd have to say it's mindful movement. And that is just paying attention to what my body is doing, right? When I'm moving. And I think that's why dance has always been such a part of my life, because it is kind of built in. You need to pay attention to what you're doing, how you're breathing, where your body parts are in space, but bringing that into other aspects of my life, like running, cooking dinner, things like that. Just paying attention to what I'm doing in the moment.
Beautiful. Thanks, Lynn. So Eliza, Brianna?
Yes, Eliza, she, her pronouns. I would say community. So going off that idea of community care and people who know me really well and can help keep me accountable to my self-care habits has been really helpful, and something that I want to continue, whether that's at home or even in a career, of people who are in those stressful situations with me and can remind me when I need to take a step back and take care of myself too, is definitely something that I want to continue with. So.
And then I'll add to that. Yeah, going off of just that community piece too. I'm Brianna. Is one thing that I've really tried to incorporate this year is taking a Sabbath. So taking a day off of work every single week and helping with that rhythm of rest. And that's something that Eliza has really encouraged me in and continued to keep me accountable to as well. And so having those people around you who are willing to support you also in the ways that you're taking care of yourself is really important.
Very cool. Yeah, I love this, both like self-awareness and awareness of the people in your life. Yeah. Erin, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, for sure. Erin, they, them pronouns. Along with continuing, my tarot journey in my own time and not being, bogged down by a schedule and needing to submit things on time. Definitely adding to community care, especially, Pride Month. Going out and feeling the love and support that, people in my community have for one another. Yeah, that's all I really wanted to add. Also taking a deep breath every now and then. Michelle, you've really helped me with that. So yeah.
Yeah, reminding ourselves to do that. It's such a simple thing, right? But can be so powerful, just to take a nice deep breath.
It can be, and it also makes me think about how, for those of you who know me, I'm very big into self-compassion and self-care, and how it's really become capitalized on and marketed. Like self-care doesn't necessarily come in the form of a scented candle from Anthropologie. Sorry. I mean, that could be really cool, but there's more to it just than that. And so, some of you were exploring sense and being in terms of trauma stewardship, in terms of therapist self-care, in terms of other self-care and body awareness. So I'm really curious about if any of you can speak to how important it is to pay attention to safety, safety first, developing a rapport with others, right? Because sometimes people might, I don't know, find a workbook and say, "Oh, mindfulness, I'm going to color a mandala, and then I'm going to, feel better about myself." And it doesn't really happen that easy. So I'm wondering if you can speak to what you've noticed in terms of safety, whether it was a personal exploration or that you've needed to create a sense of safety or a safe, trusting relationship with the people that you were working with and developing your mindfulness-based interventions. And that, again, whole group discussion.
Yeah, so Alex here again, and my population of clients have a lot of different types of trauma and comorbidity. So that's kind of that's where I came from, focusing on my interventions with them and like how to create safety when using mindfulness-based art making. I know like being telehealth during the entire time kind of like can throw a wrench in that. And so it was also around working through that and like how can they make themselves feel the most comfortable and most in control in their own space. I was like working with them over telehealth. So there's that, which kind of took shape in the form of like a lot of just language, like using words like "if you choose to," "if you'd like to," and suggesting specific ways of creating art safely, like using a journal, notebook, or sketch pad that can be closed and put away. Yeah, lots of different elements come into that.
Those are great ideas. Yeah, and it sounds very intentional. Like it's, you're thinking about it, you're in the moment, but you're also thinking about it ahead of time in anticipation for if someone might, be confronted with a challenge that they weren't expecting.
Right, the informed consent piece.
Yes.
Key. Yeah. That's where I was going to jump in. It's Lynn again. I didn't really go into consent too much in my presentation because we had 8 minutes. But that is, of course, huge when you're working with touch, especially. But beyond always receiving verbal consent and nonverbal consent, which is something that I think we don't talk about a lot. If you notice somebody's pulling away from you, or their body language is saying no, but they're saying, sure, it's okay to touch, then, that's something that I that I pay attention to. And I echo your suggestion about language, Alex, that whole like, I invite you to do this, I suggest, but please listen to what feels best for your body. Is so important.
We probably have time for one more response.
Yeah.
I'd love to speak to that, as I was also in substance recovery as well, working in inpatient, and that was a huge part of the work, is building the internal resources, helping the clients do that in order to then be
really jumped in, but
someone's.
No, it's okay. I think it was a delay. We'll have time. We can go back to Stephanie and Kate too. Go ahead, finish what you were saying.
Yes, so the importance of building the inner resourcing before diving into the more intense trauma work, because you want them to be able to come out of the work when it's done. And if they don't have the inner resources to do that, so that looks like ways to self-regulate, to self-soothe, then you can create a situation that's not emotionally safe. And so the importance of building the self-care practices was really emphasized in my clinical work.
Yes, it's great. Wonderful. Yeah. Stephanie, did you want to say something? And then I think Kate had something.
Sure. I was just going to say real quick, I think we also have to acknowledge that creative approaches to therapy can often stir up a lot of emotional content a lot quicker than a traditional verbal therapy. So we have to really keep that in mind. And I think that kind of speaks the importance of attunement, which I was speaking to in my presentation about meeting the clients where they're at and being attuned. In dance movement therapy, we attune on a body level, but just being aware of our own internal sensations, because that might help give us a little bit of information as to where the client might be at. So, and then the other thing, just adding, being aware of our own bias and assumptions and ensuring that we're not placing that onto the client, because that would certainly not be a safe thing to do. So.
Right. Awesome. Thanks, Stephanie.
And then just quickly, a lot of things have been covered that I would have said, but also in music therapy, specifically using the client's preferred music and as well as live music seem to be like the safest way. So there's a lot of individualization that can be done in the present moment as we are tuning, like Stephanie said, and getting a sense of what's going on from moment to moment. It's really key.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
I feel so relaxed after these
know, I'm like,
presentations, and I want to start
so
my
in
own tarot
touch.
deck.
Yeah, we thought that was really interesting.
Oh my
to
gosh.
how that might look. We should maybe think about how that might look in the different specialties, like how that might show up in music, how that might show up in dance. That'd be really interesting to consider.
Yeah, and different media too. I mean, I know
Yeah.
very specific with like, the Illustrator markers and things, but there's just
like
so
sculptures or
there's
different types.
so many
Interesting.
different ways you could take it.
Well, thank you for sharing your expertise with us. And I want to welcome you to the field. Colleagues that you are now. Congratulations, round of applause. And thank you so much for sharing your projects with us. Really interesting work. And we will see you all later.
Congrats, class of 2021.
Woo!
This is awesome. You're all amazing. And I cannot wait to continue to see your scholarship as you move forward and emerge in this profession. We have Dr. Natalie Carlton back with us, who's going to take us into our next experience. Take it away, Natalie.
Wonderful job, presenters. That was a wonderful module, module number 2. We will take a break. We are moving into a musical intermission. We will have one track for you and artwork and a little bit of silence. But basically, we will resume at 1:30. And the third module is titled Children, simply. But presentations that are focused on the care and support of children. And we will begin that promptly at 1:30. We wanted to announce that within the children module, we were going to have a presentation by a PhD student, a Creative Arts Therapies PhD student, Mary Grace Barbarian, and she was unable to complete her presentation. She had a bit of a family situation this week, and she had to decline or withdraw. That means we will have a longer break between our module 3 and 4 that was planned, but rather than start the module early, we want to stay to our timetable as it's published in the PDF in the Colloquia program. So the module number 4 will start a little bit over an hour from now at 2:30, and we will be finishing up right around 4 o'clock today. So I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Once again, send questions, comments, be active in the chat. Panelists, you're all doing a really good job getting queued up with Michelle and Dawn. Thank you for that. And the discussions are wonderful and enriching to what we've all been experiencing. With no further delay, Arun, are we ready to move on to our musical intermission? Here we go.
I saw no bright lights, I saw no infinite tunnel, I saw no God, I saw no Buddha, I saw no heaven, I saw no hell, I saw no river Styx, Valhalla, honey grounds. And back from the abyss I saw your smiling face, was no feeling. There were ventilators, and there were calculators, but there were caring PTs, and there were caring OTs. There were wonderful nurses, new friends, and even Yankee fans. And in this new world I saw your smiling face, knowing that we can make it. But the one hole goes one way, so there's no going back. I miss that old world, but there's no going back. Time to focus on the new world. There's so many wonderful things. And I see your smiling face, so I know that we will make it through the to the new
Hello, my name is Scott Horowitz, and I'm a faculty member here in the Department of Creative Arts Therapies. Welcome to Module number 3 entitled Children. If you are joining us at the start of this module, you will soon view and listen to 5 graduating CAT student presentations based on their graduate culminating projects and dissertation work. You are viewing this 2021 CAT Colloquia content being broadcast live on a private YouTube channel. You can listen and view these presentations in their pre-recorded sequences, and you may wish to add questions and comments in the chat box function. To share any questions or comments ahead of the small group discussions ending each module, you must log in to YouTube via a Google or Facebook account. There are live Q&A sessions with all presenting students and 2 moderators at the end of each module throughout our program. As noted, the presentations in this module focus around Creative Arts Therapies' work with children and adolescents. Creative Arts Therapies offers unique and valuable ways to approach therapeutic work with young people, and these presentations represent a wonderful cross-section of this work. We will hear about dance movement therapy, school-based practice with adolescents, as well as a dance movement therapy program to support early childhood behavioral challenges. We will hear about a music therapy as applied within a pediatric medical setting through a trauma-informed practice lens. And we will hear about master's and doctoral level work in art therapy focused on telehealth and trauma in children, as well as school-based art therapy practices, respectively. As some of these topics may tap into our own childhood experiences or those of children we know, I invite you to listen and engage with the topics in whatever ways feel meaningful and safe for you. While the work represented in this module highlights the deep and complex work that can occur with children through creative arts therapies, I also like to remember the importance of play in our work with young people. So I will leave you with one of my favorite quotes related to working with children from the great Fred Rogers, or as many knew him, Mr. Rogers, who stated, "Play is often talked about as if it were a relief from serious learning. But for children, play is serious learning. Play is really the work of childhood." I hope that each of you can tap into your own inner child and find ways to enter the world of play while recognizing that deep and important therapeutic work can happen in that space. Thank you, and enjoy.
Welcome to my culminating project presentation, which is considered to be a dance movement therapy framework for adolescents in a school setting using the platform of telehealth. I would like to take the time to thank Amy Ruzick, my clinical internship advisor, and Dawn Morningstar, my culminating project advisor, both who have supported me throughout the development of this project. So my project has developed directly from my clinical internship experience, where I began to practice dance movement therapy in the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Because I was practicing through telehealth, I could not use dance movement therapy in the same way. As I worked with clients, I began to document barriers and adaptations, and my supervisor and I gathered creative resources in a shared document. Finally, I created a therapeutic framework in the form of a chart as a visual to help myself and maybe guide other dance movement therapists who have also experienced this challenge as well. There were specific factors that made implementing dance movement therapy telehealth services unique in this setting and separated it from using telehealth in either an outpatient or mental health setting. First, when working with adolescents, many of them prefer to keep their cameras off to create a sense of an emotional safety for themselves. As you can imagine, this made it difficult to practice dance movement therapy as I often did not have any visual information and could not see their body. Because my internship was in a school setting, all of my clients were involved in online synchronous classes throughout the entire day. This often caused screen fatigue, and this reality sometimes interfered with their attendance in therapy as well as engagement in the session. Lastly, there were many socio-cultural elements that were present during the school year. In addition to the collective trauma that has been caused by the pandemic for everyone in the world, all of the clients I worked with identify as Black or African American and were in the midst of two pandemics. The other related to the continued exposure of systemic racism and social injustice. And these circumstances often affected therapeutic goals. Here is a list of topics I included in my literature review to support the development of my therapeutic framework. So there was a lot of literature that involved adolescent development, culturally relevant counseling with adolescents, as well as DMT with adolescents and in a school setting. There were fewer literature resources that consisted of DMT and counseling throughout telehealth, as well as telehealth during COVID-19. However, there are little to no resources that cover telehealth with adolescents in a school setting, as well as dance movement therapy telehealth in a school setting. As I mentioned before, approaches used in dance movement therapy telehealth with adolescents can be completely different than telehealth with adults in an outpatient setting. So this is where my project may fill in the gap.
Because of its length, I could not fit the entirety of my therapeutic chart in this presentation. But if you're interested in seeing the entire thing, you can check out my culminating project paper. But for this presentation, I will share how the chart is organized and give an example of a creative intervention. So at the top here, I have the organizing columns of the chart, which include steps in the dance movement therapy process, what might happen in a typical face-to-face interaction, barriers I experienced in transitioning to telehealth, as well as successful adaptations I have made. I chose to organize it this way so I could directly compare the difference between face-to-face and remote therapy for this population and how my dance movement therapy lens had to shift to accommodate the circumstance and the clients. And at the bottom here, I have the steps of the dance movement therapy process that I use, which include building relationships, assessment and movement observation, goal setting and treatment planning, creative interventions, and closure of a single session. In my culminating project paper, I have detailed case vignette examples of successful telehealth adaptations for each of these steps if anyone is interested in knowing more. And finally, I will give an example of a creative intervention online tool that I often use with clients throughout this year. And if you look at my culminating project paper, in the appendix section, I have an entire list of online resources and adaptable interventions that are available. So as you can see on the screen, I took a screenshot of the spinning wheel with different creative movement directives as well as getting to know you questions. This is a website that my supervisor and I found when working with clients, and the website is on the top right of the slide. When using this tool, I would share my screen so that clients can see it very clearly, and for this resource, you can search for different wheels as well as create your own wheel. This creative resource was helpful in both individual and group sessions and was a way to build relationships, create social connectedness, and create a structured activity that often developed into therapeutic content. It was helpful to have both movement directives and icebreaker questions on this wheel, as not every client was comfortable and familiar with moving in the session. It also provided a good balance between verbal and nonverbal processing. I found that the visual element of the wheel was helpful because it created a different level of engagement, especially for clients who chose to have their camera off during sessions. So for example, one prompt on this wheel reads, "Pretend you're eating your favorite food." This prompt may be done by one person in a turn-taking format as well as explored by the entire group as a whole. Sometimes this type of prompt has turned into a charade-type guessing game where people act out the prompt in their body and the rest of the group try to guess what it is. The therapist can also develop the movement exploration and promote body awareness by labeling what body parts are being used, qualities of movement, and individuality in each group member. And that is all for my presentation today. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Hello everyone, my name is Zoe Kinsey and this is my colloquium presentation, Finding Harmony in Darkness, Integrative Trauma-Informed Music Therapy in Pediatric Settings. The purpose of this project is to propose an informed practice approach with how music therapy can be used in the treatment of trauma in pediatric settings. I would like to begin by discussing common theoretical models used in pediatrics. Theoretical models are used to provide a foundation for practice and more effective clinical interventions during treatment. Common models that are seen in pediatric settings are the medical model, psychosocial care model, integrated medicine model, and the trauma-informed care model. The medical model is based upon a systematic process of observation, description, and differentiation in accordance with standard accepted procedures. The psychosocial model works in tandem with medical care to place an emphasis on mental health, emotional health, cognitive health, as well as physical health. The integrated medicine model places an emphasis on patient-centered care, patient empowerment, and holistic care to create effective and preventative treatment outcomes. Finally, trauma-informed care focuses on how trauma may affect an individual's life and their response to behavioral health services from prevention through treatment. As a form of integrated and psychosocial care, music therapy has been used as an impactful form of treatment in trauma. When the brain perceives music and sound, both hemispheres are activated and result in multiple emotional, cognitive, and physiological reactions. For my project, I have created an informed practice application and approach titled The 4 C's of Integrative Trauma-Informed Care in Music Therapy. The 4 C's of this approach are continuity, communication, consideration, and connection. These domains encourage growth through music therapy interventions and have a focus on mind, body, and spirit during treatment. Using this protocol in clinical practice addresses the humanity of patients and offers an emphasis of strength in the face of trauma. Continuity in music therapy looks like offering familiar interventions, structure, and verbal processing topics. Practicing continuity could help patients to feel more comfortable in the therapeutic relationship and feel like they know what to expect from session to session. Communication in music therapy treatment occurs in 2 different realms: between the music therapist and the patient's healthcare team, and between the music therapist and the patient. Communication should always be occurring between the patient's healthcare providers and the patient to work toward goals and progress. Consideration in music therapy treatment begins with sociocultural humility, acknowledgement of any bias or privilege the music therapist may bring to the therapeutic relationship, and an understanding that the transfer of knowledge and empathy during music therapy is a reciprocal process between patient and therapist. Connection in music therapy forms through empathy in the therapeutic relationship and incorporates the domains of continuity, communication, and consideration. These 3 domains offer multiple opportunities for mutual feelings of respect, trust, and understanding. Throughout the therapeutic process, empathy will continue to build between the music therapist and the patient, but also between the patient and their growing sense of self. For this next section of my presentation, I'm going to share a case vignette. Kayla is a 10-year-old biracial female who was hospitalized for traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injury resulting from suspected physical and sexual abuse from her mother and her mother's boyfriend. Kayla has previously been to the emergency department for suspected physical abuse involving her biological father and has medical history of obesity. Kayla had a total of 9 music therapy sessions on a weekly basis that would range from 30 minutes to 1 hour. Upon my initial music therapy assessment, Kayla appeared to struggle to play with rhythmic accuracy, practice self-regulation, and acknowledge personal boundaries. Each session was structured according to Kayla's needs and would incorporate a variety of music experiences. Throughout her music therapy sessions, her therapeutic goals would pertain to coping with anxiety and stress, increased fine and gross motor movement, cognitive stimulation, creative expression, and normalization. Kayla appeared to grow more confident after each session, as evidenced by sharing her personal interests and hobbies, along with her wonderful sense of humor throughout the therapeutic relationship. Before meeting with Kayla for an initial music therapy consult, I reviewed her patient chart notes and checked in with her healthcare team to discuss the legalities of her case and see how it may affect her music therapy sessions for the purpose of continuity. After communicating with her healthcare team, I discovered that any mention of her mother, her mother's boyfriend, or the case in general needs to be immediately redirected and documented for legal purposes. Throughout Kayla's treatment, I was considerate of her familial situation, developmental needs as a 10-year-old, and her treatment goals with other members of her healthcare team. I would see Kayla on a weekly basis to provide structure and further continuity while she was in the hospital. For Kayla, music therapy appeared to provide useful coping strategies for stress and anxiety, improvement in movement, neurocircuitry rehabilitation, forms of expression, self-regulation, and normalizing experiences while in the hospital. This next section involves a creative response to my time working with Kayla and the process of reviewing literature surrounding trauma for my culminating project. I lost my voice today. I tried to sing, but realized there were things I could not say, things I did not say. I held my candle close. The flame, it burns, it shows. The fire in me, it grows. My melody shifts in the darkness of night. I tell myself I did not ask for this fight. With time, my harmony begins to burn bright. So many voices lost, a chorus of chaos, and at what cost? Together, we sing, celebrating new strength within loss. Our voice, our song, finding harmony in darkness.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the 2021 Creative Arts Therapy Colloquium. My name is Kylie McCartney, my pronouns are she, her, and I am a dance movement therapy and counseling master's candidate. Today I will be presenting on my project, Dance Movement Therapy for Preschool-Age Children with Significant Behavioral Challenges, a program grant proposal. First, I would like to acknowledge my culminating project advisor, Carolina Brill, for your knowledge, support, encouragement, and feedback. I would also like to acknowledge and thank my on-site supervisor, Belinda Patron, my off-site supervisor, Adina Rosenberg, my first-year supervisors, and my group supervisors. Finally, I would not be here today without the support of my undergraduate and graduate Drexel professors or the women of my DMTC cohort. This project was inspired by my work at my internship site, Children's Crisis Treatment Center, specifically the Therapeutic Nursery. Children's Crisis Treatment Center, or CCTC, is a private nonprofit agency that serves the mental and behavioral health needs of children and families in the Philadelphia area through services at the center, in schools, and in the community. CCTC works to address the impact of child abuse, neglect, traumatic events, and other challenges within families and childhood development. CCTC operates from a trauma-informed and evidence-based lens with the understanding that children are resilient and have the power to heal despite immense challenges and hardships. The Therapeutic Nursery at CCTC is a partial hospitalization program for children between the ages of 2 and 5 who have been affected by trauma, come from low-income families, and/or belong to marginalized communities. Significant behavioral challenges in this population refers to children who have had a difficult time functioning in a typical daycare or classroom setting and require further social and emotional support. These children may have a diagnosis in one of the following categories from the DSM-5: disruptive impulse control and conduct disorders, trauma and stressor-related disorders, or neurodevelopmental disorders. Diagnoses often referred to within this population include attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, oppositional defiant disorder, conduct disorder, and adjustment disorders. Within this community of young children, especially those with behavioral challenges, movement is an inherent part of development and an essential tool for intervention. With the focus of the curriculum in the TN being on social emotional learning through verbal processing, I noticed how important movement breaks were for the children to succeed in the program. Through both structured activities like choreographed sing-alongs and unstructured time such as collaborative play in the gym or the playground, the children needed ample time throughout the day to run around and exert energy in order to be able to sit and focus on various tasks within the program room. Coming into the program as a dance movement therapy clinical intern, I noticed the separation of movement time and work time and desired more integration of the mind and body. For this reason, I decided to pursue a program grant proposal for my culminating project with the intention of securing future funding to implement a full-time dance movement therapy program within the therapeutic nursery. The following were my 4 goals for this project as a whole. The first was to demonstrate the benefits of dance movement therapy on young children with behavioral challenges. The second was to propose a dance movement therapy program to be included in the current curriculum in the therapeutic nursery. The third was to present clear evidence to support the hiring of a full-time dance movement therapist on staff in the therapeutic nursery. And the fourth was to gain experience in advocating for my role as a dance movement therapist and in writing a program grant. I will now give a brief overview of some of the research findings from my extensive literature review. Research has shown that children from low-income families are more likely to develop mental health problems and that there is a higher prevalence of behavior problems in preschool children from low-income families as compared to the general population. In addition, children who have experienced traumatic events or endured complex trauma are at a much higher risk for developmental problems with emotional regulation and interpersonal relationships. With all the literature that discusses treatment approaches for children with behavioral challenges, whether resulting from trauma or not, the emphasis is on early intervention and comprehensive care to further a child's emotional, social, behavioral, and physical development. Without early, sufficient, and consistent intervention, children with significant behavioral challenges are at high risk for developing anxiety, depression, and substance use, as well as antisocial, criminal, and violent behavior. DMT has been shown to have benefits for young children, including, but not limited to, improvement in social skills, motor coordination, capacity for self-regulation, and reduction in aggression. The goal of the DMT program is to improve the overall well-being of children in the TN in an effort to prevent future behavioral and mental health problems and prepare the children for a transition into a regular classroom setting. Through early intervention DMT for children with significant behavioral challenges, the proposed program will carry out the following objectives. Number 1 is to increase emotional awareness of self and others through DMT interventions like mirroring, recognizing and naming feelings, and identifying emotional experiences felt in the body. Number 2 is to increase the ability to self-regulate impulses through DMT interventions that involve modulation of movement qualities like fast to slow, high to low, near to far, tight to relaxed, and so on. Within this self-regulation goal is the development of movement-based coping strategies like deep breathing, movement breaks, stretching, and more. Additionally is the improvement of impulse control through movement-based activities that involve turn taking and following directions. Finally, the goals are to increase positive socialization through DMT interventions involving synchrony between child and therapist through eye gaze, mirroring, and rhythmic sustainment. The program grant proposal requests $51,000 from the Kaplan Foundation for Early Childhood to fund the implementation of a dance movement therapy program within the therapeutic nursery, including funds for a full-time dance movement therapist salary, fringe benefits, supervision, continuing education, and supplies required to run the program. After extensive discussion with staff at CCTC, it was concluded that I would not be able to collaborate with CCTC on the grant proposal or submit it for funding on the agency's behalf. But I was given permission to continue with the use of the agency's name and information for the purposes of the project. This experience has provided me with a foundation of knowledge of grant writing that I can take with me in the future as a dance movement therapist and counselor in the field of community mental health, where funding is a constant concern. Additionally, I have gained invaluable experience advocating for my role as a dance movement therapist and the value that this modality of psychotherapy can bring to the table. Thank you so much for watching and listening today. I look forward to any and all questions to come in the following Q&A.
Art therapy, telehealth, and meeting the needs of children with trauma histories, a culminating project by Brittany Gilbert, advised by Michelle Radigan. To provide some insight into how this project came to be, like many mental health providers in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic, I found myself entering into my internship year faced with the sudden shift to facilitating art therapy through the format of telehealth. I've been providing outpatient services to children and adolescents, many of whom are individuals who have past experience of trauma. I began questioning the intersection between art therapy approaches to trauma with children and the provision of virtual counseling. Is there a connection? How can I utilize my training in art therapy to support my clients in a trauma-informed way? These questions led to my main question of the culminating project, which is how can art therapy perspectives assist in providing trauma-informed care for children within virtual spaces? Throughout the course of my research, I explored topics related to trauma, working with children, art therapy, and providing telehealth services, using many different combinations and lenses in the hopes to find connections and ultimately answers. I was able to notice some general themes of connection across the literature, such as supporting safety, security, stability, containment, and boundaries. I also noticed the clearly defined connections between art therapy and working with children who have experienced trauma. However, I identified a gap in the literature as I struggled to find information that directly ties the use of art therapy virtually to support children with trauma histories. Acknowledging this disconnect, I spent time reflecting on how art therapy can support children with trauma histories, and then reflected on the ways that people are responding to providing telehealth. While I have found specific practical suggestions, such as incorporating ways to establish safety, preparing for technological issues, setting up the space, and ensuring confidentiality, what really stood out to me were the points raised by McCoy from the Center for Innovation in Social Work that highlighted the importance of flexibility and honoring the inherent creativity of children, which does not get lost through the barrier of the screen. In keeping with this mindset of flexibility and creativity, I have identified 5 themes within art therapy when working with children who have experienced trauma that seem to be the most prevalent based on the literature. These themes are nonverbal expression, externalization and containment, autonomy and empowerment, self-regulation, and meaning-making. After increasing my understanding of these themes and processes, I was able to broaden them out by considering how I have witnessed them existing and transforming throughout the virtual space. For the sake of time, I will review 2 examples of these themes and how I've used them to inform my experience in a clinical setting. The first theme is nonverbal expression. After experiencing a traumatic event, neurological barriers are created in response to trauma that occur in order to prevent remembering the traumatic event. Art therapy can assist in working around these barriers, as the process of art making may be a way to access alternate neural pathways associated with trauma-related emotions and nonverbal memories. Nonverbal creation can assist in accessing these emotions and experiences. Additionally, nonverbal expression through art making takes away the pressure to solely rely on verbal capabilities and offers a platform to release difficult emotions and feelings. In my own personal reflections, I've noticed that while art making can still be nonverbal in a virtual space, it can be challenging to witness all of the components of creation that occur. Oftentimes there will be a choice between viewing a child's artwork or viewing them as they create. Because of this lacking of information, I have at times felt a desire to increase my focus on verbal processing. However, thinking back to how the perspective of nonverbal elements of art therapy supports children with trauma histories, I've considered ways to enhance opportunities to engage with more nonverbal components. I've had clients reflect on artwork by relating it to a song, or by finding a YouTube video, or even connecting it to their favorite anime character. They may be reminded of a toy or an object in their home that they can then share through the screen.
These moments create an opportunity to increase insight into what the client is reflecting on and highlight new connections and themes that might not have been expressed otherwise. It also allows them to explore their creative process and reflections without heavily relying on verbal components. The second theme that I will be talking about today is that of autonomy and empowerment. Creative therapy offers empowerment through the arts by increasing a sense of agency through the physical process of manipulating, transforming, and symbolizing. While creating, a child has control over their artwork and the decisions that are made in the space. The creative act is, in itself, a declaration of existence and a representation of being present and autonomous, which works to repair feelings of helplessness that are oftentimes associated with experiencing a traumatic event. Decisions that are made by the child in the art therapy space not only support autonomy, but also continue to create necessary boundaries. There is consideration to sequential plan of thought and attention to material selection and creation. The choices made offer reflective boundaries in what can be accomplished with those choices, allowing for limits to be set concretely, yet gently held. In my experience, I have found many ways to support decision-making in virtual spaces. Sometimes autonomy is encouraged through the use of art making by engaging in material explorations, using simple materials that encourage manipulation and highlight the range of choices one can make. Other ways to encourage autonomy and empowerment are through identifying opportunities of choice, such as, do you want to have your camera off or on? Do you want to use the chat function for the day? We'll often explore how a client may want to engage. Do they want to sit on their chair, on their bed, on the floor? If they had a long day of virtual school, can we engage for the full time, or do we need to shorten the session? Asking some of these questions starts to outline the choices that children have in the physical moment, which then allows them to manipulate the virtual experience in a way that is best suited to them, while also increasing a sense of agency. I've used the 5 themes of nonverbal expression, externalization and containment, autonomy and empowerment, self-regulation, and meaning-making to inform my experience while working in sessions. Even when art making doesn't happen in the ways that I may have expected it to, I can utilize the perspectives from art therapy as a way to incorporate thoughtful processes using flexibility and creativity to incorporate themes of trauma-informed care. For my project, I wanted to create a way to share about my findings and reflections as a way to open up dialogue as we continue to move forward in learning through telehealth. I decided to create a website that combines findings from literature coupled with my own reflections and perspectives inspired from my clinical internship practice. To briefly walk you through the site that I created, it provides an overview of my findings. I've also included a section that speaks to the purpose of the site, including information on the importance of trauma-informed care and general findings about therapeutic approaches. I also create a section that outlines the impact of telehealth, including concerns and suggestions from the literature. I then review the 5 themes that I have identified that shares information about why they are relevant for art therapy working with children with trauma histories, and include reflections about my experience and how telehealth has influenced my understanding of these themes. I wanted to add a space that encouraged the inclusion of other perspectives. While I have been informed by the literature that I've read, the reflections are my own, and I think it's important to be hearing, sharing, and engaging in dialogue as a means to find and offer support.
Wow.
Wow.
That's really cool. All right, welcome to the Q&A. If our participants, our presenters could share their video and unmute themselves, that would be great. My name is Dawn Morningstar. I'm a dance movement therapy and counseling faculty here at Drexel. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here with
Michelle Radigan, also faculty in the art therapy counseling program. Welcome, welcome, welcome to everyone who presented under that heading of children, which that says a lot. It only needs one word because there's so much there, as we can see in your presentation. We have some questions for you, and it's a group question. We hope for this time to be discussion based. And when you do speak, if you can just introduce yourself to the audience. And Dawn, would you like to start with the first
Sure,
question?
that would be great. So this is for all of you, obviously. How were you able to transform some of the challenges that you experienced in working with children to opportunities? And that could be within your modality, or it could be just in general.
I'll start off. My name is Kylie McCartney. Hi, everyone. I think one of the biggest challenges starting to work with very young children was learning that I couldn't plan everything out, and I really had to embrace improvisation and spontaneity. And that was a skill that I really strengthened throughout my work with young children. Just like going into sessions knowing that I am not going to know what's going to happen, and being okay with that and having a loose idea of what my goals are and what my intentions are for the session, but really allowing the children to lead and to just see where things go. That was
great. Thanks, Kylie. Other thoughts?
I'll go next. Hi, my name is Kara Lee. And I think working through telehealth most of the year, I think one of the greatest challenges is when clients chose to keep their camera off. So it was just very discouraging at first, not being able to see their body as a dance movement therapist, but it really forced me to strengthen my creative problem solving skills. And I began to use and integrate other creative elements and find more about their interests and strengths that I don't know if I would have if I was in person. So for example, a lot of my clients were really into different video games or online things that they did in their free time. Or sometimes they were into more music or virtual art things. So I often used integrate a lot of other creative arts elements and met them there, built relationship on that, and then was able to bring some movement from that.
That's great, Carolee. I'm thinking you and Brittany need to get together and talk art and movement.
100%. Yeah. Take that website even further, which I know people are interested in looking at that, Brittany. And I know it's not live yet, right? Because you're waiting to get that degree to make it live, but perhaps you can let us know. So then that way, when it's live, people can access it. Zoe, it looks like you were going to say something too.
Yeah, I was going to say, similar to Kylie and Carolee, I feel like when I encountered any kind of difficulties, it just inspired me to be more creative, to use more kinds of interventions, and to build rapport with my patients. And in particular, Kayla, what do you want to do today? What do you want to try? Do you not want to do something today? And just promoting communication and all of that.
Yeah, that autonomy piece that you spoke about seemed really important for this particular client.
Brittany, I had seen that you had also unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really resonating with what everyone's sharing about, really having to just adapt to the needs of our clients. And to give a brief little explanation, I do have the site published. It's just private, but I can share in the chat after this the link and the password if people are interested. But I've definitely found, especially in telehealth, having to broaden out my understanding of how to be a resource for my clients, and it coming up in ways that are unexpected, and just really adapting to what the clients are bringing into the space, giving this kind of unconditional positive regard, and allowing them to take a little bit more of the lead than I initially was expecting or maybe even comfortable with to start with. But yeah, just really encouraging that autonomy. It's been such an important element of working with children, especially virtually, but I think in general.
Yeah, that flexibility that came up a couple different times in different sessions throughout the day so far.
Yeah.
Being able to be flexible in the moment.
Yeah.
And work with what's in the room.
Yeah. Learn to be bendy so you don't snap. Yeah. Gets movement. Brittany, what you were just saying was making me think about another question. And again, this would be for the whole group. It takes a certain kind of person with a certain kind of attributes to do this work in general. And then on top of that, specifically working with children and children who have experienced and survived significant trauma. So a question to the group would be, what do you think, based on your experiences and also, your explorations for this project, the top 3 attributes would be for someone who is developing as a child creative arts therapist? What are those top 3 attributes that child creative arts therapist may need to have as a good foundation for this work? And maybe you don't think of three, maybe there's only one coming to mind, and that's okay. You guys can bounce off of one another in that discussion.
I'm going to cheat a little bit and use the information off my project.
Hey, use the literature. That's what it's for, right?
Exactly. But I think that there should be an emphasis on integrated medicine or integrated care in general, depending upon the setting that you're in, and also trauma-informed care. Because those are the two, in my opinion, major umbrellas that everything else falls under. And especially when you're dealing with cases that have trauma, you need to be aware of the past, but also honor the present and the future, because this is a growing person that's having new experiences every single day. And they are not that incident that happened to them. They are so much more than that. And then you're also working with other healthcare professionals to achieve these treatment goals for that future. So
yeah, collaboration is really, really important. And so if you're someone who likes to micromanage and do things on your own, it can really be harmful,
difficult.
yeah, for the people that you're working with. So, being collaborative is definitely important and trauma informed. Thank you for that, Zoe. Anyone else want to add to the list?
Yeah, some attributes that come to mind are like creativity, playfulness, sense of humor. That's really important when working with children. Also patience. In many ways, but I'll just leave it at patience. Those are like kind of two categories that come to mind.
Yeah, I think about that idea of patience and change over time, and kids are really, as Zoe also said, are still growing and changing, but sometimes it takes a while to see that.
Yes.
And so you have to be patient, not just with the day-to-day interactions, but in terms of having faith that what you're doing is making a difference into the future. That's what's resonating with me, Kylie, when you speak.
Yeah, exactly.
Brittany, Carolee, yeah, go ahead.
I think Kylie brought this up earlier, but I think one thing that comes to my mind is embracing uncertainty. A lot of my time, especially doing telehealth in the pandemic, there was a lot of trial and error, and a lot of times the clients didn't necessarily know what they want, so I had to kind of be a guide and provide different options. And embracing that you're not necessarily going to know what to do in a session, and just kind of being with them and being able to adapt and change. And they'll let you know what they like, what they need, and what they want over time. And then also just taking risks and seeing what happens and where it goes.
Yeah, I'm thinking that risk taking is also a good role modeling for the kids, to see you doing something and maybe it not going so great, or you trying something new that you've never done before. And that's what kids need, right? The chance to make mistakes and the chance to try new stuff and see how it fits. Yeah, cool. Brittany, did you want to add?
Yeah, Kylie, actually, you said playfulness. And I think play is just so important when you're working with kids. It gives opportunities to explore metaphors and meaning making, and it just acts out experiences, and just being confident and recognizing that play is an appropriate means of processing through these feelings or emotions, and it doesn't have to be directly defined or verbally processed with children. They're going through that process themselves just by playing. So I think it's really important to respect that and to try to incorporate that in the ways that work with the children.
I was just thinking when you were sharing that, it's making me think of another question, because there's people that are, attending today and will be watching the recording, who are people that are, currently just starting their graduate experience in creative arts therapies, and people who are interested in applying to a creative arts therapy program. And so, and want to work with children. So just thinking about your experience, what would be, I don't like the word advice, but what would be something that you would want to share with someone who's interested in working with children in creative arts therapies? What would be like one thing maybe that you wish that you had heard before you started that journey? Because it sounds like a lot of it was trial and error and being okay not knowing, especially when what you're reading and the theory isn't matching what you're seeing Yeah, and sometimes it's like, whoa, I feel really unprepared. So what would a message be that you wish that you had heard before starting this process that you think would be helpful for someone else coming into the field and working specifically with children?
I would say that you should be the therapist that you would want to see. I think that's really important. And another thing is that you don't necessarily know what you're going to be seeing, because you're going to have your patient chart, you're going to have the patient in front of you, and then you're going to have your sessions together. So it's your job to conceptualize all of that to move forward in the therapy. It's not necessarily concrete, and that's okay.
Great advice. Yep. I used to have a professor a long time ago who used to say, it's in the art, not the chart. And I hear that in my head in working with children all the time. That's great advice, Zoe. Anyone else like to share?
I would say focus on the small victories. It's really easy to have a whole session and then maybe the child like has a really hard time transitioning out of the session and you think back that it was a horrible session or something like that. But then if you reflect on it, really there were a few little moments that were a little bit better than last time, or just really focusing on the small victories and the small little things that you have had a positive effect on.
That's great advice. That's where you see it in the little increments.
I would also say two things. One is to release some expectations. I think that's a process that I've gone throughout my clinical experience, and then also in telehealth, just really having to rework what you expect or how you expect things to go, and being okay with that is very important. And then I would also say to utilize your resources, especially when it comes to building relationships with caregivers or parents. Really establishing that rapport can make such a difference when you're trying to work with, your child is the client, but you also have to pay attention to the other relationships in their lives and how those can be a support.
Yeah, and that really goes back to what you were saying, so the integration of the treatment. Yeah, beautiful. Shirley, any thoughts?
I'm going to go back to the play and creativity, and I would say don't be afraid to use humor and get to know the client. And therapy doesn't always have to be very serious, and a lot of trauma-based work tends to be, or I feel like sometimes it gets the reputation that it has to be very intense and it has to work through these things. You can just play and have fun. And sometimes, especially the population I worked with was in a school setting, and with adolescents, they just needed a space to just relax and not have any expectations of themselves. So it was a really helpful mindset to have.
These are pearls
Yeah,
of wisdom.
I know.
Yes, thank goodness this
them.
is being recorded. We're coming to a close for this section, but we wanted to say congratulations to you. Round of applause. Our new colleagues.
Yes.
These are our new colleagues.
Welcome to the
Class of
profession.
2021.
Wow. Exciting.
It is so exciting.
Little
It's
party.
so exciting. Yeah, little
That's
party.
right. That's right. Fantastic work, and working with kids can be challenging. That's sort of where a lot of my experience has been. But it sounds like you all found a way through it and learned some really amazing things. And we have your pearls of wisdom we can share with other people. Yeah, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Yes, this is amazing.
And share that website out, Brittany, so we can all take a peek at it.
Yes, 100%. You can pop it right in the chat. And I think that we are going to do something a little bit different for our schedule. And Dr. Natalie Carlton is back to let us know what that is. So thank you again. We appreciate you, panelists. Congratulations. And we'll see you when we see you.
Hello, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed Module 3, Children. Children, yes. Wonderful, complex topics. I love the discussions about play and sort of the complexity and permission and agency that can be very much promoted for persons such as children. often overpowered and not feeling very empowered. To continue on, we're at 12:21 on the time, and we are going to resume our final module for the day, Module 4, at 2:30. So we have a 9-minute break. 2:35? 2:45. Excuse me, I have got time a little bit slipping. 2:45 because we're a little ahead. This last module was shorter, as mentioned, because the PhD recipient, I forgot to mention, Dr. Mary Grace could not join us today. So that is a part of why we're a little bit ahead of schedule. But to honor the program that has been shared with you all, we're going to start Module 4 at 2:45. And that means we've got about 20 minutes of break, intermission. We've got 2 songs coming up. Stay tuned for a couple of audio tracks, and then we will go silent for about 10 minutes and see you back here at 2:45. Thank you, everybody, for staying tuned, participating in this very special 2021 Colloquia, and congratulations to all the presenters, graduates. Excellent work.
not sterile room. Bet you couldn't wait to escape. My heart breaks, thinking of things unsaid. The voices inside your head, did they come true? Can you hear me calling your name? Can you hear me singing in pain? Do you still feel all of this pain? Do you still feel pain? No, no, no. All night I weep, all day I sleep and speak to you in dreams. Now I'm chasing you. It's just not fair. They stole you from me. It's not the life I knew, not without you. Can you hear me calling your name? Can you hear me singing in pain? Do you still feel all of this pain? Do you still feel pain? This pain, this pain, this pain, this pain. When it's my time, we'll never be lonely. We'll live by the sea in a land called Honolulu. But as for now, I miss you dearly. And without your fearless roar, I can't be brave. Can you hear me calling your name? Can you hear me singing in pain? Do you still feel all of this pain? Do you still feel pain? Can you hear me calling your name? Can you hear me singing in pain? Do you still feel all of this pain? Do you still feel pain? No, no, no.
There are live Q&A sessions with all presenting students and 2 moderators at the end of each module throughout our program. Innovation is defined as the introduction of new things or methods. In Creativity, the Magic Synthesis, Silvano Arietti described creativity as using what is existing in new ways. Later theorists have explored the importance of collaborative and community creativity. In creative arts therapy, we co-create artworks and processes within a therapeutic relationship. Participants inspire us to reach new heights with innovative methods and techniques to address emergent issues that require our best selves and ideas. Exploring and reflecting upon these relationships and processes with divergence has led these 7 presenters to synthesize and formulate their ideas into new approaches and applications within their respective disciplines. The topics in Module 4 will likely inspire our own imagination and wonder. We will hear about dance movement therapy and virtual reality, real-life art therapy online, unsocial media addiction, songwriting for online bereavement groups, integration of dance and biomechanics principles for people with multiple sclerosis, color music synesthesia and its correlation to the brain, and hula as a form of healing and community for military veterans. Let's watch and listen as these new ideas and these exemplary students take flight for a bright future in our creative arts therapy professions.
Hello there, my name is Alyssa Bigby, and for my culminating project, I'm going to be presenting on virtual reality and DMT.
Now to growing concerns about the deadly coronavirus officially hitting the U.S.
The Secretary of HHS will be able to immediately waive provisions of applicable laws and regulations to give doctors, hospital, and healthcare providers maximum flexibility. This includes the following: telehealth.
For the last 10 months, I've provided dance movement therapy sessions over Zoom at my internship. One concern that came up commonly was Zoom fatigue. But what is Zoom fatigue and how do we define it? Well, according to Bailenson, Zoom fatigue is defined as excessive amounts of close-up gaze, cognitive load, and constraints on the physical mobility. But what causes Zoom fatigue? Well, an increased amount of intimacy between strangers on Zoom, being stared at for long periods of time while speaking, limited mobility to remain in the box, and the need to consciously evaluate nonverbal behavior. So I asked myself, how can I take a 2D interaction and expand and create a 3-dimensional experience? That's when I decided to incorporate virtual reality into my DMT sessions. You may be familiar with virtual reality from watching popular movies like Ready Player One or Tron Legacy, but virtual reality as we know it is fairly new. In fact, Jaron Lanier was the first person to coin the term VR in 1987, even though it stems back to 1957. The early use of virtual reality was for simulated trainings from the military and NASA, and later on by doctors. Soon VR would transition into the world of therapy, and there were many benefits. The use of exposure therapy and assessment in clinical settings was very effective. It was also good with treating phobias and body image disturbances. It was beneficial for the treatment of PTSD, and it could assist the mirror neurons to expand movement on clients.
We have a feature that lets you amplify movements. So if you can just move your arm this much, we can mirror that movement on your other arm and amplify it in the headset.
That's so cool.
So that you moving this amount here moves your other arm this much. And seeing your other arm move in VR is helpful.
So I propose that virtual reality headsets could be used as a prop within a telehealth setting, expanding the experience between the client and the therapist. So for the sake of this project, I really wanted to explore the theoretical approaches and existing DMT interventions that I could change and use into virtual reality. By selecting approaches and developing interventions to meet the client's needs, I was able to discover diverse ways that virtual reality could be incorporated into DMT. For my culminating project, I had 3 main goals. The first was to develop VR DMT interventions. The second, incorporate it into telehealth. And 3, explore the themes that came up. From this, I theorized that, number 1, we could expand on the therapeutic experience, provide students an escape, spark inspiration, encourage joy, and incorporate elements of play. For the next 6 weeks, I decided to implement VR DMT interventions using the DesTech V5 VR headset. I did this at my internship site. Here's a demo of how everything went. In that moment, using your arms to explore, maybe reaching out, maybe staying in. I want you to start to picture an ideal space or an ideal world. If you could create any kind of world that you wanted, what would this world look like?
So I envisioned when I was doing my arms like this, swimming, and I imagined it being nice outside so the sun is shining. And then when I was swaying back and forth, it reminded me of like floating.
So here we go, taking a deep breath in and jumping into this virtual space. Oh, great. So to ground inside of this setting, what I want you to do is I want you to name 5 things that you see in this virtual world.
I see the rocks.
Okay.
The sand. I see the water. I see the green on top of the rocks.
Yes.
And I see the cave to the left.
Man, so I want you to just reach out. Think about reaching out in this, taking up all this space you have. This is your world. I'm thinking about that swaying you did earlier.
Yes, because the water has this nice rock going in and out.
I'm thinking about the motion that in and out. I would like to sway together there.
Almost like moving things to the side that I don't need.
Carving out space, right?
Yeah.
I want you to take your feet, because you said something about like the waves meaning your feet. Just stretch your feet out. We want to close our eyes. And when I count to 3, we're going to pull the headset off. 1, 2, 3, removing. And to ground back into the now, we're just going to name 5 things that we see in our room. Just name it out loud.
I have my water, my lamp, my windows, my wood floor, and my couch.
Yeah.
So I was really interested to see how this would work. I've only done VR like one time, and it was for a video game, and I didn't like it because it was too much. But this one was very nice for me. Like, as a DMT, I would love to use this as like a nice, I don't want to say getaway.
Right.
But like access to another reality.
Upon concluding my project, I made a lot of discoveries. The first being that VR DMT required proper facilitation for users. Theoretical approaches could be successfully integrated into virtual reality, and DMT influences such as improvisation, inner fantasy, and chronic pain were very beneficial. VR DMT also provided exposure to new environments. As for limitations, witnessing movement was very limited. I was unable to track and capture full body movements. There was also no literature on VR and DMT. All in all, I'm very excited for what virtual reality has to offer for dance movement therapy, and I hope you are too, and we continue to do research around it. Thank you for watching. This is Alyssa Bigby. I hope you enjoy. See you in the near future.
Last year, my cohort and I walked out of our art studio after our final week of class, thinking we were leaving for spring break. We received an email stating our break would be extended, and we're joking about how it may be a while before we see one another. It's been 15 months since we were all in the same room. When being told our internship would continue remotely and online, I made a post on my social media expressing my discontent. I, among many of us, had no idea how we could transition our learned skills to online sessions. While in quarantine, I noticed a strong theme. I heard friends, colleagues, and clients say things along the lines of, "It'd be different if this were in real life," and "if it were real life," referring to in-person interactions, comparing them to our online experiences. I caught myself recently after telling someone about a dream I had, saying, "It wouldn't be that way in real life, you know?" The similarities between our awake state of mind and our experiences outside of these four walls, these boxes on our screen, is undeniable. The past 9 months, however, working with clients and learning how to adapt in-person theories and strategies to online therapy sessions has proven that the lived experiences on each side of our screens is very real. I have a question for you. When was the last time you thought about the weight of your feet on the floor below you? Take a moment, whether you have socks on, shoes, or even if you're barefoot. Take a moment and focus on the weight beneath your feet. The weight of your entire body, whether you're sitting or standing, whether you're leaning or swaying, whether you're lying down. Feel the weight sink into the space between the soles of your feet and the materials they rest on top of. Feel your breath for just a few moments. Concentrate on this space. You're there. I'm here. We're in different places of space and time in almost every way, but we're having a very similar experience together. Through months of adjustments and client-centered approaches, it became apparent to me that developing trust, safety, and an overall secure attachment with children who have experienced severe trauma while in our respective spaces looks and feels much different than in-person practices. In an article speaking to her experience of practicing art therapy via telehealth, Sophie Benoit describes online discussions between several art therapists voicing their resistance to embracing the adjustment to online practice, and stated that they did not believe it is as real as face-to-face meeting. There are drawbacks and challenges that come with engaging with clients online. There are an immeasurable number of benefits, though, that can be utilized while working with someone in their home. The most vital part of a client's experience is the therapeutic relationship. And that attachment can be authentic and substantial regardless of the means in which it is formed. Other contributing factors that challenge this belief that in-person therapy is superior to online therapy is that not all clients' level of safety, accessibility, or engagement is the same. Over the next few minutes, I will carry you through my experience with 2 specific clients, 2 preteen girls who have no connection or knowledge of one another, and were each individually referred to art therapy by their caregivers in response to a severely traumatic experience. Throughout the past 9 months, I've concentrated my efforts in using client-centered approaches to art therapy via telehealth with child victims and co-victims of violent crimes. Almost every client I've had is a person of color. Me being white passing, amidst the emotional and political turmoil that surrounded us, was an additional layer to be navigated between myself and my clients. After several attempts at utilizing different techniques attributed to in-person trauma-informed narrative mindfulness and cognitive behavioral therapy practices, I realized I had not accounted for the additional work that may be required to build a deeper sense of safety and understanding within a virtual space. in this intensely emotional time for my clients and within our digital space. I was coming to them where they were, and what I had to offer was not very appealing or relevant. So I wiped it all away. I tried a different approach. Focusing as much as I could on their lived experience, I began to adapt in-person trust-building strategies like eye contact, movement, pauses, and environment to help bring comfort, understanding, and fun into our telehealth space. We danced, we traveled to the moon, we watched anime, we created artwork, and slowly, as each week passed, they became more comfortable in the space we had created. In their own time, in their own respective ways, each of them began to compartmentalize their different trauma narratives. They somehow, each individually, found their way to a form of digital storytelling through a role-playing app. The same one. And here it is. It has bright colors. The characters are so interesting. There's guides, tutorials. You can dress up your characters. And honestly, the appeal is, I get it. I started playing, I forgot what I was doing. I forgot about everything that was going on. There's so many different options. This is me creating my own character. I spent about 15 minutes on this, not even expecting to be on there for 5 minutes. You can have up to 8 characters, and you can navigate different worlds, different spaces. You can have them interact. They can speak to each other. You can type in what each person says, and you can build like a little team. You can have relationships. You choose their relation to one another. They have personalities, occupations. You can play games and explore. Through character building, story development, and the art of creating short animations, they each found a way to compartmentalize their thoughts, regulate emotions, and successfully identify and express feelings with their characters and themselves. The incredible gift telehealth gave me was the opportunity to sit with my clients in their real lives, amongst their families and even their friends. Telehealth relationships can be engaging, full of creativity, and overall incredibly successful if we as clinicians take the time to let go of our feelings of disadvantage due to lack of control over each session and reframe traditional in-person approaches to tailor sessions to clients' interests and encourage our clients to have autonomy over the space. Although each of us have our own respective spaces, the experience on either end of our screens is very real, much like your experience sitting here or standing, wherever you are in this moment and on this day, watching all of our work come to life before you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Lynn Daly, and today I'm presenting my master's culminating project on social media addiction, dance movement therapy to reconnect. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Christina Devereaux, Nalini Prakash, and Ann Margaret Melson, and my partner, Jared. The generation of this topic was inspired by my own observations of problematic social media use within different areas of my personal life. As I started researching the topic, I realized there was a gap in the literature when it came to understanding and little to none with regard to treatment. As I learned about the mental health concerns that presented, I saw that dance movement therapy could be positioned to address these issues. Although not officially recognized in the DSM-5, researchers are beginning to identify characteristics of problematic social media use as a behavioral addiction similar to a gambling habit. Social media addiction encompasses 3 main attributes: being overly concerned about social media, driven by a strong motivation to use, and devoting so much time and effort to social media that it impairs other aspects of one's life. Addictive social media use will look much like any other substance use disorder: mood modification, salience, buildup of tolerance, emotional or physical withdrawal symptoms, conflict with interpersonal relationships, as well as relapse. People tend to turn to social media as a coping skill to relieve stress, loneliness, or boredom. This, however, only exacerbates the undesirable dysmorphic mood states, and therein lies the habitual psychological dependency of any addiction. Within the addictive design of social media, there are no shortage of dopamine triggers. The intended goal is to keep users occupied as long as possible with gamification features like polls and competitions or rewards. The endless infinite scroll and the push to refresh feature is tailored to resemble the intermittent conditioning principle found in slot machine gambling. This feature is also meant to stimulate flow, a positive, effortless state of consciousness. In doing so, attention engineers are able to distract and completely immerse users to forget about time and space. Another important component to the technology causing compulsive behavior is the like button. Modeled after Skinner's theory of operant conditioning, the like feature taps into the learned behavior of the reward system. Such positive social feedback has been neuroscientifically proven to elicit activity in the areas of the brain responsible for processing reward. The release of endorphins, dopamine, and noradrenaline results in an emotional high, causing longer and more frequent usage. Switch costs, or the multitask feature of social media, can contribute to the buildup of stress, fatigue, higher rates of neuroticism, and impulsivity. And the phenomenon of FOMO, or fear of missing out, can result in dysfunctional cognitive emotional regulation strategies. The fear of negative social media feedback, or none at all, has shown to trigger compulsive use of social media in order to fulfill the unsatisfied need to connect with others. While many mental health concerns have been noted in the research, the scope was beyond the capacity of this project. I decided to focus on depression, which I found to be the most evident in the literature. Depression is much more than just a brain disorder. The somatic condition of depression cannot be ignored when addressing an individual's concerns. There is a link between physical pain and depression because of a shared neurological pathway. Current theorists are even more convinced of the reciprocal flow between bodily states and emotional processes. The embodied nature of emotions can even be observed through gait patterns. Changes in psychomotor activity, slumped posture when walking, and increased swaying movements of the upper body, reduced vertical movements of the head, and decreased sagittal propulsion forward are just a few of the presenting characteristics noticed with depressed persons. A similar stance can be seen in persons using their cell phone, and 99% of all users access their social media sites exclusively via their mobile device. Studies have shown smartphone users tend to report sustained pain in the neck, shoulder, and upper extremities, as well as breathing and respiratory dysfunction caused by the slumped posture. Because of the bidirectional impact of body posture on mood regulation, stooping posture can cause and induce negative thoughts. Additionally, there is a term called cyber sickness recently being connected to the infinite scroll feature, like car sickness or seasickness. The dizzying vestibular and visual mismatch brought on by social media scrolling can cause the body to react as if it's in danger. The parasympathetic nervous system activates, perhaps causing perceived pain, sweating, and an increased heart rate. Nausea is the body's natural defense against toxins. Compulsive social media users claim to be lonelier, less satisfied with life, experience more depressive moods, and had lower self-esteem. Excessive online communication can undermine the body's confidence to interact face-to-face in the long term. Dance movement therapy has been shown to be effective for treatment with depression and in addiction recovery programs. In order to treat depression and addiction effectively, both the emotional and physical symptoms need to be addressed. Depression may induce an inability to deal with negative emotions and lead to problems in emotional regulation skills and self-esteem. DMT is seen as body movement, creative expression, and communication, all which may be ideally suited to combat symptoms of depression: low mood, anhedonia, fatigue, decreased confidence, poor concentration, and many, many others. Individuals experiencing depressive symptoms can benefit in group treatment. The shared movement engagement experience in group dance movement therapy can facilitate empathic attunement and conscious awareness in movement, as well as being present in the moment. Because depression and addiction can impact the ability to form healthy relationships, movement interventions involving interpersonal attunement can enhance positive outcomes towards recovery. Group dance movement therapy enabled the participants to find new pathways toward physiological homeostasis through interventions such as mirroring and rhythmic interactional synchrony. For this culminating project, I decided to write a journal article manuscript for Cyberpsychology, the Journal of Psychosocial Research on Cyberspace. My selection of a non-DMT journal was very intentional as to bring awareness of dance movement therapy to mainstream psychology. To my knowledge, this is the first of its kind to position dance movement therapy as treatment for the presenting concerns of social media addiction. The limitation of this proposal is that there is not any existing studies to support it. Research is still needed to determine the efficacy of DMT for SMA. It's my hope to spearhead this research in the future and enhance awareness of the therapeutic properties of dance movement therapy. Thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you on the dance floor.
Hi, I'm Cynthia, and this is my culminating project, The Success of Failure, implementing a songwriting experiential with online bereavement support groups. It's called The Success of Failure because it's about learning through trial and error. I agree with Oliver Sacks. He was talking about the brain, but for me, this is true of everything. I learn best when things go wrong. For example, I know what grief feels like because my mother died when I was 15. This is the last family photo taken before her death. She was 43. My father fell ill after that and died 20 years later. Luckily for me, music was already an integral part of my life by the time these losses occurred. I used music for solace, for transmutation of what would otherwise have been unbearable. So it came as no surprise to me when I ended up co-facilitating bereavement support groups as part of my internship with Penn Hospice, that music therapy can help people through the grieving process. And when I saw the list of common grief reactions my supervisor shared with these groups, I felt the relief of universality, a sense that I was not alone in my bewildering experience of grief. My kaleidoscope of symptoms had been perfectly normal. And as I researched theories of bereavement, I appreciated their evolution from neat and tidy stages and tasks to the contemporary dual process model, more accurately reflecting the complexity of my mourning process. The ability of expressive arts therapies to serve both loss and restoration-oriented processes was validated by research, showing that music therapy, especially songwriting, could provide a means of expression for emotions that might otherwise seem overwhelming. Creative acts are empowering, an antidote to the destabilization of loss. A song can memorialize the past, carrying us through the present and into the future. Theoretically. But it's one thing to theorize and another to actually do. Here comes the trial and error part I wanted to tell you about. Reading about the healing power of songwriting inspired me to try it with the bereavement groups. I was inspired by two sources. One was a technique I'd seen my supervisor use, asking participants to contribute phrases via the chat function that she then sang. The other was a conference presentation about using the Alanis Morissette song That I Would Be Good for lyric substitution. Here's the original song. That I would be good even if I did nothing. That I would be good even if I got the thumbs down. And I thought, oh, this is perfect. Its aspirational phrasing can counteract the shame so common during the grieving process. The truth is that the first time I tried this experiential was at a hospice music therapy staff support meeting, so naturally it was a great success. I prefaced the song by sharing my own feelings of inadequacy as a graduate student, improvising related lyrics such as, "Even if I don't graduate," and my peers laughed at my inventions and enthusiastically typed in their own, and I felt proud of my success, especially when my supervisor asked me to repeat the experiential for our bereavement group the next day. Expecting another success, I began by sharing the original lyrics, but I left out my personal struggles, feeling pleased with myself for maintaining boundaries. But in this context, the song fell flat. No one typed anything. Worse than the silence was the palpable discomfort of group members as they stared at the floor. I brought the song awkwardly to a close, feeling ashamed, the very feeling I was trying to combat with the song. Now here comes the success of failure. The next day in supervision, I acknowledged that I had failed, and my supervisor asked me to consider why. I realized that while it may have been prudent to leave out my personal connection to the song, it was alienating to not replace it with something group members could identify with. I needed to provide a context, a way for them to connect with the song. I realized I could use phrases shared by bereaved clients in the past, inviting universality by explaining their source. I could counteract the alienation of screen sharing by typing these directly into the chat function, modeling what I was inviting participants to do. And I could sing encouragement during the song, making myself vulnerable while engaging them in the moment. I could be patient, moving through discomfort, allowing them time to engage with this weird form of interaction the pandemic has forced us all into. So I did all that, and lo and behold, people began to type, slowly at first, then more quickly and with increasing vulnerability. Even if I feel empty inside, can't concentrate, even if I'm angry. I noticed especially that the shyest members of the group were typing the most, and after the song, they were more vocal than they'd ever been before during group discussions. Success. Recommendations for future practice include this lesson learned from the chat function in Zoom. It's useful to offer alternative means of sharing for those who are reticent to speak. In live sessions, text messaging could offer this possibility. Another recommendation is based on my contention that grief is a form of trauma, an experience too overwhelming to be processed in the manner of daily experience. So I recommend that trauma-informed care be adopted when working with the bereaved. My recommendations for future research are to investigate and report on what actually occurs in music therapy sessions, especially when they do not unfold as expected. I've been frustrated by a lack of such detailed reporting in the music therapy literature because I learn best through trial and error. I believe other clinicians will benefit from descriptions of experientials that succeed as well as those that fail. Progress depends upon a willingness to let go of what doesn't work, and to know what doesn't work, we need to share about it. I believe it's in service to the field to report on failures. I know it's been transformative for me to report on my own. I'm deeply grateful to those who have supported me unconditionally through all my trials and errors. I'd like to especially thank my culminating project advisors, Scott Horowitz, my internship supervisors, Jenny Borgwart and Molly Hicks, my colleagues, Esther Hermes, Anna Cephas, and James Levino, and all those who have allowed me to serve them as a clinician in training.
Movement through the storm. The integration of dance and biomechanical principles in dance movement therapy services for individuals living with multiple sclerosis. Many special thanks to my culminating project advisor, my academic supervisor, and the programs and collaborators of the project. To Ms. Carol Gregowski, who serves as the inspiration of my work. MS is also defined as a chronic disease where the inflammation factors attack the immune system and target against the myelinated sheath of the nerves. During the course of my research, I came to find only 3 research dance rehabilitation studies on multiple sclerosis. There was only one study, which was a case study of using dance movement therapy in a dance physiology program for a woman diagnosed with relapsed remittent multiple sclerosis. This encompasses proprioceptive training, which is also called kinesthesia, which is also known as the body's 6 sense to listen and to know with the body's orientation and position in space and motion, which are all essential to having body awareness. The first vignette entitled Mind to Muscle, which was an in-person individual work with the Yes You Can program. We focused on building muscular strength and finding gross motor skills and performance of daily independent tasks that required transferring in and out of her car and into her home safely. I used motor imagery, ballet gestures of tendus and dégagés where I wrapped the TheraBand around her right ankle and tied the other attachment adjacent to her wheelchair, where her leg will be in full extension and activated, her hip abductors contracting in and out of the way from the midline. As we placed our mind to muscle, I used the prompt of imagining a sensory impulse radiating from head to toe for emulating with her walker. I observed her confidence in her body weight shifting and sensing her body's center of gravity and trying to maintain her body's base of support. Using her strengths, however, and her kinesthetic muscular memory as a fitness instructor from her background provided her an anchor at restoring healing factors that helped her with pain management and spasticity, but also helped with mastery tools which she was able to transfer herself in and out of her home safely and never feared getting back into her home that contribute to motor learning from accessing the knowledge of the body and the identity of the self. The second vignette and the third vignette will highlight the online work that was done with the online dance community. The second vignette is entitled MS Mind in Quarantine, which was the online work led by the dance artist in resident. The vignette tells the story of the women friendship that was prior to the dance class, where one participant was a prima ballerina. The session started by asking the community what about the dance class is supporting your mind to stay grounded during quarantine. As the response themes highlight suggested memory and also social engagement, the instructor introduced the body breath work that was using the motor imagery of earth, wind, fire, and air, and the metaphorical imagery of movement with ease. The warm-up exercise is tuned with the client's tense and stress pain areas, and also the instructor applied the motor imagery to detail the physical and mental experience that suggested stimulating the brain nerves in the peripheral nervous system and sensory sense areas. During the breath work, the client shared the empathic call and response vocalization of the internal breath patterns, which created more expansion in the chest cavity. Each movement sequence had the metaphorical imagery to describe and provide a sensory component of the movement quality. The client with the ballet background was observed to have her strengths involving the light and sustained qualities in her movement preferences, with which were influenced by her ballet background. We progressed the session with the ballet technique phrases that captured the essence of effort and spatial qualities. The mechanics of ballet supported the head, neck, and spinal relationship and the trunk stabilization within the rhythm and music to help with the additional multi-sensory focal approach to memory and motor learning. What was so powerful was the community's narrative of maintaining the sacred dance community space as social engagement, camaraderie, control, and preserving the health and well-being and self-agency. The third vignette is entitled Movement Through the Storm, which is a hybrid model of poetry and dance into telling the body narrative during the height of the pandemic in the midst of Hurricane Isa. I led the session and scaffolded 1 through 5 by layering the movement motifs of thunderstorm cycles, a variety of time, focus points, and shape changes in the trunk and joint areas that focus on the client with the ballet background. The first phrase discussed the storm traveling along the eastern border in the western coast. And opened up to the second port bras of the combinations that associate with the client's ballet background. I observed her as her range of repertoire flexibility in the upper extremities and the peripheral transverse of the kinesphere. This lengthened her torso, and she began to become fluid and elongated from the port bras combinations, looking at the journey ahead. The second phase is building precipitation, high intensity of dew point areas, where I use tactile exercises to help release tension, chronic pain, numbness, and joint stiffness in order to sense one's receptors to activate one's proprioception. The third phase is the turbulence and intensity of the hurricane settling period, where I use kinesthetic and visual imagery of lightning and wind elements into the imagery of the neuron energy ball activity. The ball energy activity include passing the energy to each member through the screen as a group cohesive exercise to stimulate the central nervous system as a neuroconduction and transmission of afferent to efferent pathways. This was the freeing up of the movement energy, a way to contribute to self-efficacy and emotional wellness as it contributed to the agency of combating persistent daily challenges. The fourth phase was a recuperation and constructive rest and recovery, but also as the group gradually rise and progress to standing, I supported the client using a sagittal pelvic shift to articulate the feet motions of pushing against the ground from her trunk and psoas and leg muscles. It generated force against gravity. As we looked at the eye of the storm, it involved spontaneity and visual imagination of evaporation, storm, clouds, and sunlight aligning with the thunderstorm cycle's aftermath, a warm atmosphere observed in the group's interaction, showcasing individuality and self-concept behind readapting when overcoming the journey through the storm. Recommendations for dance movement therapy, telehealth therapy programs for individuals with MS and balanced memory also provides the physical and the emotional support during the processes of relapse, recovery, and remission. The critical components in identity, memory, motor learning, and emotion of restoring proprioception is also in sensing one's orientation and perception towards the environment are needed to build confidence towards the restoring the sense of self, body safety, and sense of agency that is a visceral experience provoked in the dance of the body that is learning through movement and relearning about the self. The body learns everything through moments of uncertainty and movements through the storm.
Hello, my name is Alwyn Spencer, and I am a current master's student and candidate at Drexel University. My current culminating project is on color music synesthesia and music therapy. The topic of my research is exploring color music synesthesia and its correlation to the brain, an arts-based inquiry. Although I am not a part of the population that has ASD, autism spectrum disorder, I do experience color music synesthesia in my own way. Synesthesia is a phenomenon that has gripped the curiosity of researchers for over 200 years and was first coined by George Tobias Ludwig Sachs in the year of 1812. Some synesthetes are prominent musicians that we all know and love in history, like Duke Ellington and Leonard Bernstein, amongst Jean Sibelius. Over the past 2 centuries, over 70 various types of synesthesia have emerged in the lived experiences of those who have this condition. Synesthesia is an umbrella term that conceptualizes and defines lived experiences that people have, which associate sound to something else. In the context of color music synesthesia, it is only one type, and it highlights sound in music and its association to color. Color music synesthesia is defined in multiple ways, and it is only accounted for in 4% of the general population and is 18% more prevalent amongst individuals with ASD. Can color music synesthesia improve experiences of music therapy for clients with autism spectrum disorder? There has been little research that proves the correlation between the two. However, there are some inferences and conclusions that I've drawn from my inquiries and observation of literature through research. Autism is a spectrum of pervasive developmental disorders, and it typically begins at the foundational parts of life. It is also comprised of 5 disorders, which include Asperger's syndrome, autistic disorder, Rett's disorder, childhood disintegrative disorder, and PDD not otherwise specified. These neurological disorders are widely associated with abnormalities in the brain structure and function, which causes long-term disability. The relationship between autism and the brain is quite difficult to describe since the neurological condition is quite complex in its nature. Some research steps and methods that I've taken to approach my research topic of color music synesthesia and its effect in music therapy for clients with ASD is simply gathering literature from peer-reviewed articles and reputable sources and research and investigating the sources that I'm finding. There was very little research on color music synesthesia, but I was able to find really great sources and tools that point me in that direction. There are some tools that I've learned about that helps to measure the experiences of color music synesthesia in music therapy, as well as gather information from case studies of others who have been studied, where researchers were able to gather information from their experiences as well. I was able to analyze the information and also synchronize the information according to the focal point of my research. And I partnered with an art therapist colleague of mine, Catherine Riveros, and we created a musical piece from a live art video, which you will see shortly at the end of my presentation. Some other conclusions that I've gotten from this research is that color music synesthesia can be measured through various tools and instruments for research purposes, as I stated before. Research for clients with ASD experiencing color music synesthesia in music therapy is quite scarce. However, there are implications that I've drawn from my studies that will help inform clinicians' practice when doing therapy with this particular population. Clinicians must understand how certain musical chords and colors can invoke certain emotions that affect the client's experiences in therapy. Thus, the experiences in therapy must be approached through a lens of cultural humility. Music has an undeniable power to regulate emotions and help clients process through some adverse traumas. And synesthetes associate higher keys with brighter colors and lower keys with darker colors. Now you will hear and experience and see cross-modal experiences with art and music. And this is a collaboration, again, between myself, Alwyn Spencer, and my art therapy colleague, Catherine Riveros. Thank you for joining my presentation, and I hope you enjoy this video. Thank you for joining my presentation today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Aloha, this is Christine Chieko Lilia Kiliiliki, and my project is titled Kalio Nalavale, which translates into The Lost Horse. What you will witness is a dance for camera that captures my culminating project that explores the healing qualities of hula and how that can be tailored for military service members, particularly addressing depression, PTSD, and chronic pain. The piece is Hula Kahiko that tells the symbolic story of a soldier who partakes of hula. The chant is of a horse who is lost. The horse meets Kanaloa, a god of the sea, who mentors him in body, mind, and spirit. This guidance helps the horse to find land. At the end is a quick movement reflection and some behind the scenes with collages of virtual tutorials that I created for my artists. This was a very long, tedious, but very beautifully rewarding process that reminded me that healing is integrative, collaborative, and cannot be done alone. Mahalo to the many talents, especially Melina, that brought Kalio Nalavale to life. Enjoy.
Kalio, ilido ike kai. Kalio me kanaloa, e hai o kanaloa e na nea ku'uvai. Loa a kai kai ka o hui na vavai. E hele koke mai ka aina. Ha! Ao kanaloa i kalio e kia. E ho o mana o ina avina.
no o Kanaloa.
This is a hula based off of a story, and you're using your hands to tell that story. So you'll see a lot of symbolism between your hands and what we're saying. You're going to do from yourself, and then your hands are going to be in fists here. Almost like you're beating a drum, high, low, self.
So then I'm going to have us, we're going to go ahead and do some of the marching. Beautiful, by the way. It looks really cool.
4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, spin 1. It's pretty monotone, and then they just kind of really fluctuate at the beginning and the end. The only parts I would say to emphasize is the second line. There are definite periods because those are separate words. And then you're going to replace the foot. Same thing on the other side, stepping back and up. This is the part, the horse is thanking the fish god. The fish god actually rejects the thanks and redirects the thanks up to the ultimate creator, reminding the horse that those of the land, of the sea, they're all family in heaven, and they have finally arrived on land. Thank you again for your time. Mahalo.
I think we all need to take a little breath after that. So let's all inhale and exhale. Thank you for all those amazing, innovative projects. I'd now like to invite all of our panelists to show us your faces and unmute yourself. My name is Dawn Morningstar. I'm a dance movement therapy and counseling faculty member.
And I'm Michelle Radigan, also a faculty member in the art therapy and counseling program. Wow, 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 wow.
It's hard to talk after that. So, but we're going to try because that's what we do. Mind-body integration here.
Yes.
Let's get going. We're going to just have you all present, say your name if you want to speak, and tell us who you are. And we're going to ask a question of the group. We'd love for this to be a discussion and see what we come up with. So our first question is, how do you see this innovative method that you've all created expanding beyond this culminating project experience? And anyone can just jump in.
Go, Cynthia.
No, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alyssa Bigby. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. And for my culminating project, I really feel like this was just the foundation for something to further explore, as it's just a new realm. My plans is to keep continuing to explore other ways that virtual reality can be used, maybe testing it in a school-based setting and continuing at the university setting as well. So just continuing to do research around it, because I really think we could further expand it, especially as new hardware is being created. Some of the things that were limitations, these things are coming out now. My son just told me that there are things to measure the full body. So as more technology continues to advance, continue to explore how to further develop the dance movement therapy practice. within that, and also some maybe cross modality disciplines as well.
Yeah. Thanks, Alyssa.
I would say for myself, hello everyone, my name is Alwayne Spencer, music therapy master's candidate. As far as for my culminating project and topic with color music synesthesia, I wanted to kind of bring up an example of when you step into a home, right? And it may not necessarily be done yet, but you have your colors that you want to have on the wall. You have your colors of the type of furniture you want to make it aesthetically pleasing, right? So certain colors actually contribute to emotion and emotional stability in environments. So for me, as far as approach furthering this particular topic and research, I definitely want to see how colors play a part in how music is created and how that also influences the emotional state of those who have ASD, as well as those who may not necessarily identify in that population. Because music is very powerful. And even with my background, as you all can see, is the trees and it's very green. As the green is very grounding for me, and I hear the key of C, and so that's like, so that is very grounding for me. So these types of things are very important, and so I would love to see how that transfers into the lives of others.
Excellent, thanks, Alwayne.
Hi, Jessica Lynn Daly. My pronouns are she, her. I just want to first say how absolutely honored I am to be amongst this group of people. I am just so blown away by everybody's research and work. And Alwayne, I was dancing to your music and the work and the painting. So there is a total collaborative mixed modality that was happening during that process. So thank you for that. My work, my project with on social media addiction, and using dance movement therapy to address the mental health concerns. Very excited because there is no research on it whatsoever, and SMA being relatively new and thus far somewhat unrecognized and unfamiliar across the world. I think that there's only going to be more information and coming out, and there really isn't anything that addresses it. There really isn't any other way. There's a lot of loss of connection, and I think with DMT, what we focus on is connection. So my current work in addiction recovery has birthed so much information on how DMT works in addiction recovery, and just expanding that further into the other parts of that is really, I'm really looking forward to be a part of this new research. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Jess. I hear collaboration maybe starting to happen in this realm. Anyone else want to share who they may want to collaborate with, or how they see this in their clinical work, or moving forward? What they want to do when they leave Drexel? Yeah, go ahead, Christine.
Hi, this is Christine, and I did the presentation for hula for military service members, and I also want to echo what Jess said, that completely blown away by how beautiful and innovative your work is. And when Dawn, when you asked who do you want to collaborate with, I'm like, everybody. Everybody. But as far as in regard to your question, some visions and dreams that I have of pursuing this work is implementing hula and dance, any kind of form of movement like that within our military community, whether it's developing a program, creating workshops, or anything like that, and really start to integrate that into the healthcare system, so it's not outside extra kind of service, but it's actually something that is right along with all the other structured parts of the healthcare system.
Awesome. Excellent.
Yeah, that's making me think too. You know what, Rachel, you go first. Go ahead.
I was going to say hi. My name is Rachel DeLauder, and I present on integrating dance and biomechanic principles for dance movement therapy services for people with MS. And I really would like to collaborate, of course, continue on with researchers in motor learning and also looking at kinematic studies and understanding how to really understand, like with movement learning process, and how to readapt and to readjust, and to not just even just within movement itself, but also within the virtual space. Learning through telehealth and also understanding my background in kinematic studies, I saw there was a relationship with understanding someone's movement, understanding their repertoire, and how that was reflected, and how that brought familiarity into someone experiencing recovery from relapsing. So it's something that I still want to continue on within a journal article, of course, and more collaborations involved within multidisciplinary studies. And I am just grateful for all the presentations here. Thank you.
Yeah, lots of directions it could go in, Rachel. Your work here, it seems lots of different areas it could touch for sure, and for everyone too.
And sometimes those collaborations, they're easier when we think about our creative arts therapies colleagues, especially, you learned together, you grew through the program together and had a chance to experience each other's work. And so sometimes those connections are easier to make. And sometimes with the other health professions, they can be really impactful as well, but aren't necessarily the first things that we might go to. But it seems like there's lots of opportunities for both creative collaboration and also collaboration with other treatment partners that we might be working with in our future work. And so what a better way to really share the power of what you do is to demonstrate it by working together with other professionals who may not realize how it's a win-win to be able to work in those situations together.
Yeah. I wanted to give Cynthia and Jerry Lynn a chance to respond if they wanted.
I mostly just want to say I feel really lucky that I ended up in this really, really cool module with all of you. And yeah, I feel honored and inspired by seeing everyone's work. And I think for myself, I want to just keep an open mind going forward. The telehealth component is not something I was excited about when we were forced into it, but I think that I learned, I sort of learned by trial and error to find ways that could be connective, as one of the other presentations was talking about. And so I just want to keep an open mind. And also I was so stunned by the interdisciplinary nature of a lot of your presentations. And I'd like to keep my mind open to that as well.
Thanks, Cynthia.
Yeah.
And I was just going to say that, especially seeing everyone else's work, how amazing it was, even just all day. Moving forward, I'm really looking forward to integrating a lot of my project, and a lot of my internship experience came from being within the school system. So my internship allowed me the opportunity to work with students from specific schools that my internship site partnered with. So I got to see what comes from utilizing the resources that students already are equipped with, like at school. And my brain's just going, like, as I'm watching everybody else's stuff about, like, not only am I excited about like art therapy and the digital part and all the things that can be integrated there, but then also I just am like flooded with like, oh wait, and music, oh wait, and dance. So it's just all so exciting to me. And like, yeah.
It's innovation on top of innovation is what's happening here. And that's what happens when you get together with creative people. And, it's really interesting because speaking of creative people, I'm wondering how much you find that your own artistic practices are really a strength and a gift and a foundation for when you are approached with a new clinical challenge, or perhaps a specific diagnosis or a situation that you may not have read in a book, or your teacher never talked about it,
or you never worked with them.
You never worked with them before. So I'm wondering, like, how much you experienced your own artistic practices really helping you and informing you and grounding you, anchoring you to be able to approach those situations. If anyone would like to talk about that.
Yeah, so I'll go first. So I had a client actually. So my internship was at 11th Street Family Health Center Services, where Amy Kessler is my supervisor. And so there was a particular client that I was working with at the time, and dealt with a lot of anxiety. And so as he was sharing, I decided to just use my discretion clinically and bring some drums, and so as he was talking, he shared about how there was a lot of identity issues going on rooted from childhood, and how there wasn't much realization of who he was. There was no self-concept. And so I said, okay, well, if someone were to ask you who you are, what would that sound like on the drums? So we used rhythm to actually express oneself and actually become reconnect with oneself. And so that's one way in which that I used my rhythmic practices to inform my approach with the client. And it was very interesting to see how he began to unfold in his development, and how certain developmental stages were even presented in the session itself. And so it's definitely amazing to see how our own ways of doing certain things within our different modalities can inform our approach, and then also be very helpful for the client.
That's a beautiful example, Alwyn. Thank you.
I think what we have and where we benefit is there is, maybe for us, I'll speak specifically to myself, but I'll generalize that we have no other lens to look at anything besides through our artistic inquiry or our modalities. We have this very unique, specific lens that we are able to see everything through, that enhances our vision, it broadens our vision. We don't see things in that way. We see things in so much broader of a way that it's always integrated in everything that we do.
Thanks, Jess.
Yeah, we probably can do a couple more.
Yeah, a
and
couple
then
more.
Yeah. Go ahead, Cynthia.
I forgot to say my name before. This is Cynthia, and I use she, her pronouns, which it usually says in my box, but didn't say. Today, I was just really lucky to have supervisors at my internship who used different modalities of creative arts therapies in supervision. And so for one of the bereavement groups, I came up against a dynamic in the group where there was one really squeaky wheel, let's say, very vocal, very domineering. And it was frustrating as a facilitator because there were other people who I felt were being silenced. And so my supervisor asked me to draw, like to visualize, to make a visualization representation of the group. And then once I was done with that, to do a musical improvisation based on that visualization. And it was so transformative in my perspective to see the group members. And really what it showed me is that this person was really needy and she was traumatized. And that's why she was screaming to be heard. And so it really informed my practice in terms of how I related to the group members after that. So yeah, I recommend that as a practice.
So using the arts to help inform yourself and you about your group in lots of different ways. That's awesome. Thanks, Cynthia. Great. Go ahead, Alyssa.
I was going to say, anybody who all my colleagues know, part of my artistry is like racial justice, social justice, and activism. And so like that always, especially in a university setting, that always comes up, especially when you, if you are one of the few therapists of color, it definitely has that gravitation. But even in my background in tech, because I've always had an interest in tech, bringing that all together, because one of the things that came up with one of the case studies, and you'll see in my paper, one of the BIPOC students that I worked with the idea, the theme of creating your own world came up. So like when we jumped into this virtual world, it was like, what's in this world? What is not in this world? And it was very much like something powerful, like in this world, oppression does not exist. In this world, I can be who I am without having anybody judge me for what decisions I make or where I come from. And so it's just like blown away, like how you can bring so many different elements. And I've even seen it in my peers' projects of having that incorporating culture and how that comes up. And like Christine's, I'm like, I can't even, blown away. Wayne's, like how that all comes up and it shows up in the projects. And it's just really phenomenal, like how our backgrounds and our experiences really just like, it just comes together and how it comes out. Because everybody's project, I was like, this makes sense. Just how I've just interacted with them and like what we've talked about in a class setting.
And also how all of those things are so important to continue, right? There's something that connects you, and then there's something that is so unique about all of your innovative practices. And this is why we don't come out being the same people as emerging creative arts therapists, right? We kind of like, we pick the lanes and we see where they cross, and we honor difference and we honor collaboration. But wow. This is fantastic. Awesome. I'm so proud to say welcome to being colleagues. Round of applause. Congratulations, class of 2021.
Yes, and welcome to the profession.
Yeah.
Woohoo, yeah. That deserves a little dance party.
Yeah. Uh-huh. All right. Okay. This is the last module.
This is the last module.
Yeah, we can let Lisa.
I know there's a little closing. Woo! So we're gonna pass it off to Dr. Carlton to take us out. Congrats to everybody.
Very cool. Sherry, I just wanted to say a brief thanks to our technological wizard, Arun Ramakrishnan. Give it up, give it up, give it up. All right, I'm going to go away, and Sherry is going to end us up. See you tomorrow, everybody.
Shout out to Arun Ramakrishnan and Natalie Carlton for leading the project. I am entrusted to close up the day here. Inspired and carried to new places, the creative works and the rich mosaic of presentations leaves me unable to put together whole sentences, if you can imagine it. So my closing remarks are more like a poem. I thank you in advance for indulging me this way. Models and methods and making and mixing, weaving, flowing, symbolizing, playing, touching, caring, advocating, breathing, constructing and deconstructing, stories, sensations, and songs, bodies, biology, beauty, harmonizing, hurting, hoping. Trial and error, echoes and through lines are inherently interdisciplinary work. Learning that when you release tension, there is flexibility. Learning that acceptance is an act of letting go. Letting go is action. Riches and lessons made more valuable in the sharing of them, in the imagining of where it will all go next. Celebrating each other, celebrating what is known, opening to what is not yet known. Dialogue that continues beyond the classes, beyond the edges of the program. Maybe by tomorrow, I'll have run out of words altogether and I'll have to express it all in dance. Before you go, just a note for tomorrow. When you come back, use the same program link that you used for today. Registration is still open. Anyone who would like to come tomorrow, please go ahead and keep inviting people. Send them the registration link that was posted earlier in the chat, but I think someone is prepared to post it again for your convenience. It is also in the research area of the College of Nursing and Health Professions website. Thanks to all who contributed to this. Presenters, you are very inspiring. We are excited to welcome you into the field. More tomorrow, and we will see you in the morning. Signing off.